Hello hero, it's Lucy Lannon. It's good to see you. You've seen the title, so at this stage you know more about today's reading than I do, since I speak to you from the recent alternate past. This is a general, timeless one, ideally designed for quite a large audience, so we won't get as specific as we would in a private booking, link down below. If most of what I'm saying feels like an answer to a question you've been living, take those tidbits with you and let a fellow traveller excavate the rest. If it's not your reading, there are playlists on my channel hub to randomise finding something else. Whilst it's true that a broken clock is right twice a day, I'm not sure that same clock is right 10 times within the hour. So trust yourself, above all, to know what's useful for you and what makes you feel more empowered for hearing it, no matter what your beliefs. While we're on beliefs, on this channel gendered terms are just a specificity of language to describe energetic tendencies and signatures, solar or lunar inclination in accordance with a hermetic law of polarity, and not any kind of socialisation to buy into wholesale or conflate with the identity or orientation of anyone described. Romantic and spiritual labels used are plucked from lengthy precedent, predating any unfortunate trending controversies or engineered cyclical backlash. My dude, around these parts, we don't relinquish the complexity of our full histories. We trust ourselves cognitively to adapt what we consume and see what's healthy and long-term accurate. I'm legally obliged to say this is entertainment in quote marks and that I'm an occultist not qualified in unrelated disciplines to advise on physical and mental health, finances, legalities. You get the picture, you're in charge of you. All my readings are protected and warded by frankly magnificent beneficial forces, though I don't share my custom prep rituals on camera any more than I give out my address. I hope the reasoning behind that is obvious, but you can trust there are zero parasitic or adversarial influences permitted within 100 unseen paces of any signal we patch from the noise here today. So sit back, relax into the shape of your most luminous possible future self, cozy up to imaginal allies, and take in whatever it is you need to hear. If you do like it, this small channel with a big mission very much appreciates subscriptions, thoughtful comments, or donations in order to spread the word and keep the lights on. Now, let's tune that dial. Right, I realise that this is a bit ironic. I'm always here to help, right? If you're new, hi. If you've stayed with me, thank you. We should probably cover that first, actually. So, essentially in the autumn, I had to take another job, not because I had to take it, but because I was invited to be in one of the most, amazing institutions in the world, and kind of couldn't pass that up. But it meant that I was doing that, occasional volunteering in a grindhouse, this, and personal reads. So something's got to give when you're multi-physically disabled. And unfortunately that was this channel. That will not be the case from now on, but readings might be a little bit more sporadic. I kind of haven't decided yet whether it's easier to do the frequency of shorts that you've just been seeing from what was recorded back then, kind of released over the week, or whether it's better to do one big long one like this and appear less often. So if you've got a preference on that, let me know. But I'm back, right? Yeah, so this topic, I use the word addiction very lightly, very sort of frivolously, in a bit of a silly way. It's not meant to be up there with other addictions. It's not meant to, the usage isn't meant to subtract from the experience of people who are having genuine struggles with addiction problems that might be more innate, or indeed more serious in a life way. But I do purposely use that word, and the reason that I purposefully use it is that in recent times we've had communication about the fact that the very platform we're on has certain practices regarding drawing us in and keeping us there in a kind of slot machine way. That means that no arena of it is exempt from that kind of idea of addictiveness. And I think that sometimes in the spiritual or the occult communities, we imagine that because we're coming here for certain reasons, and for many of us we're quite self-aware and quite analytical anyway, that we know better than the algorithm kind of keeping us in and drawing us in. And particularly where my own readings are concerned, I have experienced a bit of tarot addiction back when I was in a dicey love situation, shall we say. even though I could read for myself, right? If you haven't been here before, I'm a medium. I've got about 5 clairs. Certainly audient, sentient, cognizant, and visual, voyant. I forget the other one. I've got a touch one. But essentially I can get transmissions for myself, but I choose to be in the tarot community, and part of that one time was because I felt a sense of desperation about getting the correct answers about a situation that was very much out of my control. So some of you will find yourself in your pile. But also my experience there was that I kept getting the same kinds of message that were the wrong message. And I think that to some extent there is an algorithmic bias towards what keeps you hooked in a certain way, or what keeps you engaged, even if that's to argue in the comments or to dislike or whatever, based on something that draws your particular attention because of what I might argue sometimes is certain types of trauma or certain situations where you're like, I would never be in that situation. And then therefore you engage by saying, I'd never put myself in that situation. Which means that the algorithm records that you want to be there, right? Because you're engaging. Shout out to my one hater who always dislikes my readings, because that helps, thank you. I probably shouldn't have said that, should have just let her carry on. Yeah, but essentially, like, it is, the structure of this is set up so that it keeps our attention, it holds it, and we may come here for very honest, earnest spiritual reasons, or we may come here because we're in a bind, but it's up to you, man. But what keeps us here can be quite distinctive to us. So let's explore that together through the medium that we are indeed indulging in a little too much of, right? The irony is not lost. It's just that, like, weirdly, tarot is the thing that can pull you out of tarot, I find. And if you completely disagree with me on that and want to, like, ban recommendations of my channel, that's fine too. Some people will find it useful, okay? Yeah, I think I've said what I want to on that. So, you just saw me shuffle. I don't know whether you watched the whole process or whether you skipped or whatever, but essentially we're using the Sassy Smith Way because it is the most savage of my decks. And I feel like when we're asking for hard truths about the self, sometimes we need something that's willing to crack the ice a little bit, you know what I mean? We've also got the archetype cards, the Miss Carolyn Mace, still don't know how to pronounce it. They are invaluable. And we've got my DIY love deck, which is just a more colloquial way of spirit expressing certain things to me. So whilst we're using those cards, it's not a love reading necessarily, it's more just that, like, it's a good way of getting some stuff across in a very personalised fashion. Then to clarify as well, we've got the Manara. I will be censoring much of this with my fingers. If you want an uncensored Manara reading, because it's a very spicy deck, that is available, as are all of these decks, in the link below on my personal shop. Why is that so hard to say? There's something strange going on here already, guys. Let's get locked in. Right, so the point was, because we're using the same cards for every reading, we're going to do a bit of an unusual thing for the channel, which is to pick using shit that isn't to do with anything at all, right? So I will be holding up vinyls I have around my house, and you will pick your pal selection based on those vinyls. The reason I'm doing it like that is that those will hold additional meanings, which I'll channel before I kind of do the reading as well. And you might want to check out the songs if you haven't beforehand. So, if you are pile 1, we will be enjoying 8-Way Santa by Tad, which looks like this on the back, the unicorn. That might be relevant to some, not sure. Here it is again. Okay, 8-Way Santa, pile 1, right? If you are pile 2, we will be investigating and enjoying the soundtrack for Drive, starring Ryan Gosling, which looks like this on the back and is a various artists kind of vaporwavy thing. Is it vapor? No, synthwave, not vaporwave. Sorry, I've not had much sleep. Pile 3, we will be going to entirely another decade and using Hall & Oates H2O, right? Absolute 80s banger. Looks like this on the other side. Just, I mean, that says it all really, doesn't it? What more could you want? You'll notice the lack of metal albums because I realised that most of the albums that I wanted to show on my channel actually aren't fit for the YouTube screen for various reasons that I imagine you can surmise. And a very grubby copy, because it's been at my ex's house for a long time, of In the Aeroplane Over the Sea by Neutral Milk Hotel. I think that's the name of the album. I might have got it wrong. Anyway, it's very good. Okay, so to recap, pile 1, Tad, 8-Way Santa. Pile 2, Drive. Pile 3, H2O, Hall & Oates. Pile 4, sorry, they're just dropping through the gap in the sofa. Pile 4, Neutral Milk Hotel. Wicked, serial pile. Alright, pile 1, that was an interesting experience. I just recorded part of like your channel for this and then had a sudden crisis of I don't know what I'm doing here. I should just go backwards. I should film the whole thing again, the intro, shuffle everything, which is preposterous, but it was like a massive imposter syndrome sweeping over me. And actually that sort of relates to what I was going to channel about you choosing this record anyway, right? Excuse me, I'm eating my own blue. Oh, too much Red Bull for me. Right. 8-Way Santa. Let's have another look at it. My beautiful boys. And the unicorn area, right? I don't know whether I've got it right that this is the album I'm thinking of here. But there is certainly, if it's not this one, there's at least a Tad album that was meant to have a different album cover, right? And for certain very interesting legal and consent reasons, they couldn't use that. So they had to take a very last minute photo. This looks to me like a quite last minute photo, even though it's one of the coolest images I have, right? And I think that that's sort of part of your message in that sense. Because it feels to me like if this is your pile, there's something about like having everything planned out right to the last thing and being very good at what you do. Because I mean, these guys in grunge, they were the tits. I don't know how else to say it. There's something about being very well qualified in that area and very sort of proficient in whatever zone, and that can be romantic, career, whatever. It's likely creative because of what the album is, but I feel like something outside of you that was entirely like official or bureaucratic or authoritarian in some way kind of took away from you the ability to do that in the order that you wanted to do it in. So if you're here, possibly the reason that you chose that for whatever other synchronicitous reason you did is that is that sense of separation between like this was the trajectory and this is kind of a fork off it where I am now, right? Yeah, and then so Tad are like, I would put them up there with the Melvins for grunge that was kind of there first, doing the really pioneering end of stuff before the MTV grungers, and that no shade because I'm talking about people like Nirvana, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, who I adore, but before that stuff took off, featuring a lot of pretty people, two bands that weren't really people that were that pretty unless you're into a certain thing, were doing kind of much harsher versions of the sound in a more underground way, and they toured with all those bands, particularly Nirvana, and that influenced what was brought out. Now, I'm not at all saying that Nirvana plagiarised anybody. I love them. I think they were originals. What I am saying is that these guys did it in a different, harder to read way for the time. It was much more kind of new and Uranian, and that didn't always translate to everybody. So the kind of softer or poppier or more MTV friendly version was what got massive, and these guys kind of didn't, which is a real shame because they're fucking amazing. So the other sort of channeled thing, if you got this, is maybe you've been doing something particularly creatively, but it could be in terms of an identity kind of the way you express yourself or the way you put beauty back out into the world. There's something about that that someone close to you or kind of walking alongside you in whatever path has come up with you, not emulated you exactly, but come up alongside you, had the same influences, been to the same places, met the same people, and they've gone in the direction of more success as far as you define success. And that is something that's, I don't even think it's a tension between you, because there wasn't that much tension between the bands if I remember rightly, but it's more like a shame for you because you're just as good, right? So that's your confirmation, or that's extra info or whatever. If you do enjoy Tad and you'd like to share your favourite Tad song down below, groovy, I'm interested, I'm nosy, right? Mine off this is Stumbling Man, because I like the way that the guitars describe a drunken man falling over. So drunkenness and addiction proper might be an influence in this whole story for you as well. The 90s might be a big thing, grunge might be a big thing. Yeah, there's lots of things kind of playing into that. You let me know in the comments, right? So that's your kind of indicator as to why you chose that, right? Your cards, we've got Thief, which I'm told is in the shadow because your other cards all initially appeared reversed. Now, when an entire spread appears reversed, and I've checked the others and they didn't, right? It can be an indication that one of the oracle cards should be not in the upright, for me, right? It's my rules, it's not the rules. So the shadow attribute of the thief is stealing money, creative ideas, affection, or other powers that you think you lack, which again ties right in, right? And then there's, I really admire your strength of character. Isn't that an interesting thing to get when we've just essentially told a story about someone who's very talented and has certain things about them emulated around them, and certain bureaucratic stuff coming into place that prevents them from certain levels of success, kind of all happening at once. And then someone from the outside, because of the way that voice is, says, oh, I really admire you, you're so strong. My feeling is that if you're in this pile, you might be thinking, yes, I wish I didn't have to be strong, but people like all of you exist. And there's something in that to do with social media and social media tarot specifically, because it's almost like you're meeting the need for certainty by trying to get your strength back through getting readings on why this happened specifically to you when you were doing all the right things, when you were making the right moves, right? Interestingly, yeah, that's confirmation outside. And also, for some of you, if you're magically inclined, you might have done protection work on this. We've got an Ace of Cups with an Emperor and a Page of Cups for your kind of the good reasons that you look into tarot, right? The things that are positive about tarot for you. So the benefits of this addiction, if you like, or the things that you initially got out of it that propelled you to maybe overusing or misusing it. I want to say that it helped to get you into a loving frame of mind regarding the very people that had once been by your side and then sort of went into competition with you in some way, or the people that you'd come up with that now were offering a different amount of stuff to you or having different levels of success to you. I think there was something initially about not just tarot, but tarot from someone else, because it's a very different thing, right? It's much cozier. So it's much more of a sanctuary to go into for somebody to hear someone else tell you it rather than to have to work it out, because there's not as much kind of personal confirmation bias in the message, if that makes sense. But I feel that was because specifically you were reading about situations where other people, and this could be very general, but other people had found success doing things that you felt you were already doing. That's it, yeah. Some of that might have been romantic because of the Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups. So it may be that like you felt you were pouring out love or offers of something to different people or one specific person for a long time, because stagnant water could be the passage of time for me. And you felt like those offers weren't being reciprocated so much as made elsewhere, right? We've got you kind of giving and giving and giving here, right? Pouring out, but time is kind of standing still in this stagnant part down here. And then meanwhile, the response to that at the other side of this portion of the reading is somebody on flowing water, so time kind of moving very normally for them, maybe like a degree of privilege around them that you don't have, and they're making an offer. And it's back in the direction of your overflow as I'm seeing it on the table, but the thing is that it's a page, so it's not actually being offered to you, because you're coming up as the Emperor. That is not the person you're chasing necessarily. It might have been in other readings, but I feel actually that it's you, because you're Tad, right? You're the king of grunge. I'm sorry, if you are familiar, I'm sorry for comparing you with Tad Doyle if that's not entirely flattering. To me, it would be a compliment. I don't know. But yeah, so if this is Tad Doyle, right? Then this is MTV saying, hey Nirvana, we saw you one time with this band that have been going for years that sound like a heavier version of you, and we'd like to offer you this. That's probably very unfair again to Nirvana, I do apologise. There's too much grunge politics in this, and I know I'm going to get like people in the comments that are mad at me. Also people in the comments that are like, I wasn't born when this was happening. But I hope that you can see that it's a decent metaphor for either or both. Like, well, both, because love and money are so interconnected. Thank you, Spirit. Yeah. Right, yeah. So this was happening to you on a kind of life success level where you were pouring and pouring and pouring out, be that creatively or professionally or whatever, and you were coming up with people who were getting offers where you weren't, right? Or getting promoted where you weren't or whatever. And at the same time, you were doing the same thing in your love life, because love and money are always like interconnected because Venus, right? And Magic Penny, right? We're the channel for that. I'm not going to go into the story unless it comes up elsewhere, but Magic Penny song. Yeah, there's this kind of thing of giving and giving and giving. And then you're seeing offers come back where you're almost seeing them given to other people in some way. And they're not. The thing I want you to notice about that, and this is why it's coming up in the good section as well, because this is like what you get out of it. This is the awareness that you've come to from the tarot readings that you've received. The thing to notice about the page offering to the Emperor is that they are so out of whack for each other. Might be a same-sex thing as well. I don't know. I don't really want to gender the tarot at all or right now, but that may resonate for some of you. But this page thing is sort of, it's not even a knight, never mind a king, never mind an emperor, right? There's a ranking here. And as much as that ranking is kind of too bureaucratic to recognise your ample achievements and your kind of emotional expression through the work that you do, right? The expression of self through what you put out there or the dedication that you have to it. Like, it's not giving enough to offer. An emperor doesn't want a fucking fish, bro. Right? Let's put him the way that I see him, right? Does this guy look impressed by this? I mean, I wouldn't give Tad Doyle a fish. That's not what he wants at all. I wouldn't go into what he wants, especially in the diction reading, but I'm sure some of you know. I spent too long on the Tad Doyle stuff. So many of you are going to be so confused. I know I have a lot of younger followers and potentially new subscribers who are on the younger side. I'm so sorry. But I hope that the metaphor is carrying over. And if it's not, please ask me in the comments what the hell I'm on about, right? Yeah, I feel like also there's something here about these Page of Cups people being very well presented while they give this meagre offer that actually isn't enough. So it's almost like, oh, massive confirmation from the traffic. There's almost like a thing of, no, I'm not going to go back into the metaphor and talk about MTV. I refuse. But there's a thing of the people making these offers elsewhere and maybe making offers that look very good and aren't. Or if they are very good, they're perhaps very good because the offers themselves are made from a comparative position of privilege in the business or in the romantic and sexual sphere. A kind of pedestal of the meat market, if you will, to be so crude, right? So there's something here about, like, yes, you're using tarot for a sense of control, right? Because of this guy. But also it's a way of you expressing that emotional outpouring in a safe fashion, because I feel like if you go to your friends and family about kind of how you feel on this, either they might be connected to the situation too much, or more likely you're going to get so emotional that it's like overwhelming to you, right? And I'm with you on that, dude. Like, again, when I was overusing tarot, I think part of it was because the things I wanted to speak about, I could only speak about to a certain extent with the people around me without driving them up the fucking wall, right? And and if you're watching and you were supporting me during that time, I probably did drive you up the wall, and I love you very dearly for supporting me. But there is that thing of like, sometimes the way that tarot holds space for emotion and describes it very succinctly could be very therapeutic when you don't necessarily have a massive network or an understanding network to go to about a particular thing. And I think that was you. And I think that it helped you to understand actually your own stature, because maybe you didn't understand that you were the Emperor, because we've got 2 Cups cards interacting with each other, and this Emperor is blocking the energy between them. It's kind of a pillar of fire between the 2 water, right? Potentially relevant for magical practitioners. But it's almost like you needed tarot to put the Emperor in there and say, hey, wait a second, actually, a lot of these ideas in this venture from someone near you came directly from you. Or a lot of the way that you express yourself romantically and socially is exactly what these people are doing. Maybe even because you're all hanging about together. So give yourself credit is what I'm saying. Not you deserve it, because I don't want to get into entitlement. Maybe that'll come up in the negative side, but I do think it's dangerous when tarot tells us we are particularly entitled to a thing. And I'm actually going to delete some of my very oldest readings because of that misunderstanding, maybe, or miscommunication when I was quite young. But like, there's something not necessarily about being entitled to a certain outcome, but about recognizing your own worth in the exchanges that are going on around you, and recognizing that you understanding your own worth doesn't necessarily translate to the understanding of the people that you're surrounded by, right? They might, in the case of Ted, right, not everyone's going to get it, ever, right? Even when we know now what grunge is, years later, even when we understand the kind of political backdrop of it, and like why it was so cool, and what a new sound it was, and how the dissonance kind of explained how people were feeling in a certain area of the world, right? Even then, there are going to be people who listen to Tad and go, this sounds like shit. Or this sounds like a shouty, aggressive man. Which, I mean, when he's barking and stumbling, man, yes, that's why it's good. But, you know, I mean, it's like, it's almost as if tarot confirmed for you that you weren't understood, and that you did come up with the same skill sets and the same things to offer as all of these people who are now sort of, as you perceive it, further along the road. And I don't necessarily think that they are, because they're having page offers and you're an emperor. So you're waiting for an emperor or an empress offer, right? Any gender. But it's like it explained to you, or confirmed for you in a very nurturing, kind of motherly way, I suppose, that you are worth an empress or an emperor figure, and that you are worth this kind of head of your own life position. Because the emperor is like the highest you can go in terms of being like the CEO of your own life, right? To use obnoxious hustle culture language. Yeah, it gave you that like David Goggins energy of like, screw it, I'm going to do all of this. And that's useful whether you're in the emperor energy or when you're in a 7 planets in Aries cluster like we are this month. Hello fires, right? But it's also, you know, it's not always the most useful energy. There are different parts of the tarot to move into after that. So I think it'll be interesting to see where it takes you. But yeah, that initial situation as described, I think is what you got out of tarot. It was the affirmation for you that you were doing just as well as other people, but you weren't necessarily getting congratulated for it in the same fashion or offered the same things. Just as a result of like other intersections of privilege and chance and kind of you not being aware of your own emperor status in order to advocate for yourself. And if this particularly relates in business sense, in terms of people being promoted over you, what I would definitely say from this is that rather than like framing it as stuff that's stolen with this thief card, maybe frame it as like, okay, but were you assertive enough to ask for the promotion? Were you very, very forthright about like, listen to me, this is how great I am, you will hire me? Like, I know it's not business lingo, don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is, did you self-advocate to the extent that you absolutely could? Or were you in fact forgivably in a emotional and mental position where you weren't quite up to that because your self-esteem would have called you an imposter, right? Which is why when we began this reading, I suddenly had a wave of imposter syndrome, and I think that was coming from this. Right? Yeah. Okay, so not so great aspects of why you kept watching tarot, like maybe the negatives of like, that's what it did for you. This is the things that it's drawing from, or the ways that it keeps you hooked, right? So we have a Page of Swords, a King of Cups, and a King of Swords. Super interesting that we had water surrounding fire, and now we have air surrounding water, right? So there is almost a sense with this that where the positives of it have you processing your emotions around the core truth that you are valuable at a sense of creativity and spirit, the Emperor, right, the sort of ultimate fire. What's negative about it is that it had you processing yourself and your emotions, represented by the King of Cups, in a very air-like environment and lens. Now, air is great if you want to communicate and categorize and put things into little boxes and call something out and set boundaries, and it can be very positive. But it can also be the thing that cuts through concepts that are actually best understood in a more abstract way, or it can be literally representative of big tech because of the sort of Aquarian influences and things like that, and I say that with strong Aquarius. But it can be sort of online communications and algorithms and stuff, framing something and making it smaller and smaller and smaller from the, the kind of overwhelm of the frame, almost as if like this enormity of the technology and the way that it's delivered and the sort of abundance of readers is tessellating around and enclosing and further kind of diminishing the understandings that we come to about self. And King of Cups for me is a very like, it's usually about stoicism, which again is like air over water energetically. It's I understand these emotions deeply, and by doing that I can remain kind of flat and still and not stagnant in the time sense like we were saying, but outwardly calm no matter what the internal weather. And I got really dizzy when I said that. So when I say internal weather, some of you feel like there was a tornado going on, some of you are kind of all over the place, sometimes internally, and tarot can be the thing to steady you, or at least bring you to a point where you feel you're observationally, air-wise, swords-wise, in the eye of the storm looking out. If you've seen the film Twister, the first one, right, and I know some of you will have watched it because you saw the second one with Glenn Powell, right, but the first one, there is a fantastic moment, spoilers, where they get into the centre of the tornado, and it's kind of overdone in the second one, so you don't really pay attention to it as much. But it's like, it's the eye of the duck in the first one, right? And it's this amazing thing where the chaos is spinning all around the characters, but they are still. It's almost as if like, wow, as if it's this calm in the middle of this huge, massive storm. And I think that that's how tarot makes you feel, but it's actually a negative quality, because firstly, that gives you the illusion that you are still, that there isn't stuff that remains sort of needing processing, or indeed that it's okay to stay stuck in place because you can attribute any lack in your life to the things that have gone on around you in a very technical air way, right? Secondly, I think it's probably negative because also while you're in that eye of the storm, being very calm and you're seeing the storm raging, it gives you the impression, as does all algorithmic content and particularly news at the moment, that everything else everywhere else is utter destructive chaos, right? When you're in the middle of the tornado and you're seeing a cow go past you and then a little, Wizard of Oz house and then a car and then other weather forms, right? And it's all kind of doing this. It is very easy to make that your entire picture, your entire worldview. That's not the case if the storm drifts and you are outside of it. When you're outside of it, you can be as calm as you were in the eye of the storm, but you can also recognise that that's the storm over there. It's raging, it's a place. Everything around it is like cornfields and it's dead calm. It's really chill. So you see the difference of positioning there, where it's like if you're in it and you're going, oh, I'm calm there because I'm in the middle of it and everything else is like understood as chaotic, that's very different to having a worldview where you can see that it can be calm in the eye of the storm, but you're also outside the storm seeing that the storm is a finite thing. Yeah? I hope I'm explaining that well, because it's coming through in really sort of fast images that don't necessarily make sense to other people, involving colours and things. Also, it's interesting that we have a page countering the position of the other page, but it's a page of swords and it's looking the other way again. So it's like holding the sword of communication, but looking in the same direction as your page of cups was. And it's almost like it's like a reinforcement of the fact that certain kinds of messages are for other people. So if you initially came on for love messages, you're almost like going to tarot messages that are more general because you're telling yourself, love messages aren't for me. That's how I started, but that's not for me now. What an affirmation, right? And similarly, if you came on for kind of success advice, I guess, like in a broad way, and then you're getting into general readings and they're giving you like love stuff, you're like, oh yeah, cool, because I can have love. But success, those messages are for someone else. That's the page of swords looking in the wrong direction. That's something about tarot algorithms and tarot content, the way it's designed, maybe leading you sort of in a different direction, right? So then you have this conflict between this King of Cups and King of Swords, where it's like, are you in the eye of the storm, being very stoic, having all these emotions, or are you just like ruling by analysis and that's it now? You've kind of cut off, shut down. In the realization that you are the Emperor, there is a risk of slipping back into the King, particularly the analytical King, because it's like, oh, I know my worth, so I can be entirely cold and calculated, and I can categorize this and this and this, and I can say this exact script, and if people don't respond, I will simply never adapt to them. I'm seeing myself in this quite a bit, guys. Like, I'm not coming for you. The cards are a bit, but I'm not trying to read you to filth. I'm trying to say, keep an eye on where your self-worth is in relation to the feedback you're getting. And what I will say as well, because we've got a very predominant air thing in the negative, is that if you feel that certain types of readings aren't as much for you anymore because of what your internal messaging is about whether you deserve those things, and again, you can have personal reading with me on that if you want, you are particularly vulnerable in our community to the kinds of readers who do readings so general that they are in fact unintentionally doing cold reading. Now, I'm quite versed on this, partly because I grew up around, I didn't grow up around, I grew up around Catholics, but I made friends with a group of atheists and then started on my 20 odd year occultism journey, which I'm now on. And it was very important to me from early on, because of their messaging about that world, to be very aware of critical thinking and confirmation bias and where hoaxes happen and how and all that sort of stuff. And also, this will come to a point, I promise you, my personal lineage is split, both on the sort of mother side, but I have witches in my direct lineage and it turns out I'm doing some of the practices intuitively that they were doing before I found that out. And I also have an equal split of people in a more modern magical revival world who were doing cold readings or around cold readers. And when I say cold reading, I mean the kind of hypnosis that makes you think that a psychic experience is taking place. Sometimes it can be psychotherapeutically useful in a sort of placebo sense, but let's not get too general with that and call it useful generally, because it is by and large why people in these arts get accused of trying to con people rather than trying to assist people. And the thing about tarot that doesn't know it's a cold reading is that it goes so broad with possible interpretations of what is happening that almost everyone can say, oh yeah, that applies to me. Definitely. And I try not to do that, and it'd call me out if you ever see it, right? But there are certain readers on here who are perhaps newer to tarot or have not studied it in a really thorough fashion before kind of putting themselves out there, because they see that their skills in private are at the same level as other skills that they see, for example, on TikTok, right? And that's probably true, and they probably do have great intuitive skill, but unfortunately many of that level of reader that haven't gone into kind of nuances and reversals and iterations of the symbolism over different decks and over different eras, they risk making statements so broad that people are like, yeah, that's definitely me. And the trouble with tarot audiences is that we want to believe, right? Because we want that utility, we want that feeling of safety, the feeling of control as expressed by your emperor. So it's it becomes this like iffy thing of like, am I agreeing with that because it sounds exactly like my situation? Or am I agreeing with that because a person that I usually agree with or that I want to agree with says it? And again, the algorithm is not tailored to necessarily whether the readings are accurate to a degree of exactitude for you. The algorithms are tailored to how far they can sustain your attention on a particular topic, which, as I said previously, is kind of why sometimes you'll get like a spate of readings in a row that are about the wrong thing, right? Or something that doesn't really apply to you, but you're like, why is this coming up again and again? And there is a way to read the messages in that as well. I mean, there's a way to read the messages in everything. And if that's your calling, and if you get good enough, you can kind of read wrong readings, right? But there's also an aspect to the market where people are sometimes knowingly, often unknowingly and without experience, putting ideas out there in a very generalized way in order to retain attention by making the emphasis of those ideas very dramatic, or the way that they deliver them very socially engaging or parasocial. And that can muddy the waters with what is a message looking the other way actually, and what is truth. Yeah? So I think be careful. I mean, we've got to go into like what to do about all this. But what I would say so far is, yes, it's brought you this self-awareness and this kind of crystallization of emotions about the situation that you possibly weren't willing to acknowledge, or shadow work that you might have needed to do in terms of feeling resentful about opportunities that you didn't have, and the frustration of not knowing why not, because you're just as good or just as valuable, just as worthy. And it's been positive that you've kind of gained a sense of personal acceptance and status for that. But be careful that that doesn't make you imagine that the rest of the world is this swirling tornado that you can't control, and that tarot is a place to get control of the chaos, right? At least if they tell me what's coming my way, you know, that's not a person manifesting from sovereignty, right? It's a person handing it to somebody else. And also be careful that in terms of the readers you're choosing them because they're consistently accurate for you, and they allow you to be both fully emotional and fully rational simultaneously, but that they're not something you want to emotionally engage with that you're not getting in real life, or something that is explaining away things that are needing to be processed in an emotional sense, like bringing so much air to a water thing that you're like, well, I know all the details now, I don't have to process it, I don't have to let it go, I don't have to grieve, I don't have to feel resentful, I don't have to release my anger, right? Because someone has explained every nuance of the situation, and boy do I feel prepared. You're not prepared until you've done both. And I say that knowing how difficult it is to have a foot in both worlds in that sense. But you are the emperor, you can do it. You are very good at managing different tasks and different parts of the self and different levels of understanding. And you are not at all in the eye of a storm of complete chaos. You are a person seeing that there is a storm in the distance and also observing everything else about your environment, which is more immediately abundant and secures your escape from that storm, right? Because if we're constantly thinking that we're in the chaos, we're not driving the other way. Right, so what do? So humdinger. I'm learning a lot from this myself as it's coming through, to be fair. I think this might be my pile, actually. It's probably my favourite of the records we've got. You want to come out as well, don't you? And should we have another, guys? What's the third one with those? Thank you. Right. So, actions to take, and we'll see. Oh my, these are, I'm going to have to show these individually. Right, we've got a theme actually here of grabby hands, but we've got the Two of Pentacles here, and she is grabbing here. We've got a uncomfortably represented Four of Cups, right? So maybe something about privilege in terms of like indigenousness or being different from someone, because that painting is irking me in terms of its generalizations about groups of people. And then got a Nine of Wands. Oh my god, why couldn't I think of that? That's so it feels inaccessible. Okay, all right, give me a sec with these because I'm reading the images just as much. What do you do about all of this? I mean, firstly, not to be crude, but this deck did want to come out, and these women are really going for the meat, right? They're both quite forthright about their desires, and they're both grasping at exactly what they know they need, while other people involved in the situation, in each case, look quite surprised by that. But there's something about that that's like, careful there, because it's in two suits and it like shouldn't be the same way for two different elements. Let me think on this. Oh, got you. Right. 2 seconds. Excuse me. I think these girls grabbing at the vitamin D is indicative of going for the same thing regardless of the suit or the energy that you're in, and you kind of knowing better after this reading, hopefully it's helpful, than to go for the same spirit of the thing or idea of abundance or fertility as represented by the phallus, right? In both your kind of creative, fiery, feisty, very tad energies, and in your pentacles, practical, grounded, getting your security, getting your money up bag kind of energy. It's like tarot is almost sort of, try and get this out for me, Spirit. Having maybe a little bit too many tarot readings for you has put you in a place where you're making the same generalizations about your creative life as you are about your practical and sort of abundance mindset. And that can be good because they do Venn diagram with each other, as all the elements do. But it's kind of like you're going for the same thing in both those arenas. And what you're being instructed to do is make it distinct. So if you are consuming a lot of readings, part of this is saying when you're doing money readings and creativity readings, keep those things separate. It's not like keep them separate in life. So for example, if you're an artist and you make money from being an artist, I don't want you necessarily to be like, oh, well, I can't make money off creativity anymore, so I'm going to work in a bank and do the art the rest of the time. Not at all what I'm saying, my dude. What I am saying is that when you come home and you listen to tarot readings to feel in control, you might want to listen to ones about your art separately to ones about making money from that art, right? Or if you extend that further, we've touched on love and kind of career here, and I think those are two very big sort of themes. And again, not to go too general myself, but there's kind of, yeah, I know, I've been warned. I think you need to go for really specific readings about every subtopic of your life is what I'm trying to say. You're grabbing at the D in whatever area, and you might not be D inclined, that's fine. But metaphorically, you're grabbing at the D like these two cards. And it's the same D, irrespective of kind of where you are in terms of like what it is that you should be looking at. And that can be sometimes a reception thing. So it's not even that you're like, it's not even in the nature of the readings that you're watching necessarily. It's in you relating everything back to the same thing. When it's not, it's about the distinct thing that the reader is gesturing towards, and it might be in a completely different facet of your life. So there's a thing of like, you don't have to give all this up. You don't have to stop watching tarot. I think that will come up for some people, but it's not in your pile, right? But what you might have to do is take a break, which we're going to get to in a minute. And when you come back to tarot, you're going to come back to it in a micro way. So you're going to look for readers who are very specific on like very small honed in topics. And that might actually mean paying for readings and being very clear about what it is that you want reading for and what you don't want to know about through that reading, right? And being assertive and being the emperor in that sense, where you get really specific, particularly if you know, for those who've been leaking money into paid readings that sometimes are great and sometimes not, it might be that you get, from your end, you use your emperor control and your sovereignty to be very like precise about the kind of information that you require. And if somebody isn't as precise as your kind of specific request, and with respect to the art of tarot, because I know as a reader this can be a bit of a dicey like negotiation as well, but if say you get a reading and it's about something completely different from the thing you came for you at this time, that's not a reader that you want to continue seeing in that way, or it's not a channel that you want to keep supporting in that fashion to that extent, because it's like, and I include me in that, right? Future readings, if it's like, if you came for one thing and it's taking you in another direction, the advice here is to kind of abandon that for a bit, whether that's the reading, the person, the act of watching tarot or receiving tarot, right? Or even doing it for yourself. I mean, some of you will be addicted to doing it at home, and I would argue that's a lot less harmful, but the same things apply, right? If you're getting info about something you didn't ask about, maybe put the cards down and just live. But yeah, I think that's what it is. I think like it's almost in response to this idea of like slipping into readings so general that they become cold readings, and you kind of ignore it because you like the people who are reading, or you like their delivery or their vibe or whatever. And I feel that as well, because I know there's some readers that I still watch, that I sort of watch because I like them, and it doesn't always mean they're the most accurate, but then there are people who are astonishingly accurate, right? And it you know, it's just the market. There's a lot of people doing this, right? And a lot of people with very varying backgrounds and experience levels and all that sort of stuff. And that's what makes it beautiful, but it's also maybe what makes you want to go for a really specific thing in your case. And the other aspect of this is that kind of, again, because you're between two pillars in the central realization, right? You had your realization you're the emperor, your realization that you're the king of cups rather than in swords energy, and now you have this realization of the four of cups, right? Is, I want to say, like, accept that you are a bit different, and that's okay, and it may be success and love and things like that aren't off the table, but they're coming in a slightly different way for you specifically because you are distinct and unique, and maybe that's why you found me as someone who is incredibly, like, stellium clusters in one specific area, and an Aquarian ascendant just taking over the whole thing with Uranus, and lots of like Uranian transits that have brought really tower physical disability moments into my life and stuff. Maybe we're vibing in terms of that, but like, what I'm trying to say is, you've found a reader who is quite unique in my backstory and in how I came to it and in how long I've been doing it for this market, right? And who I do it for, indeed, in current terms. And you need to also embrace that uniqueness. That's the advice to you. It's like, know that you are different. That sounds, even if I'm saying it, I'm like getting a bit uncomfortable. It's a bit sort of like, it reads a bit edgelord. It's like, oh, I'm so unique. It makes me think of the Conor O'Malley, like, everyone's a fucking slug, kind of. And it's not that. We don't live in a society, right? It's not, you're not the Joker. We're not in that energy. That's not what I mean. But there is also a flip of that, which is like, sometimes people are unique. Sometimes people do operate differently, and that's okay. And sometimes that means that opportunity comes to you in a different way, because not everyone around you is capable of seeing or understanding at the time exactly what it is that you have to offer and will have to offer in the coming decades. And that's all right. That's it. Sorry, I always ramble and then Spirit just gives it to me right at the fucking end. It's all right for you to be misunderstood. And part of tarot was to teach you that uniqueness is something you could run with, instead of something that you kind of have to fear in order to get along with everybody else and get the opportunities that you need to. And the fact that you're hearing that from someone who bleached their eyebrows off and is talking to you about a very underappreciated early 90s record, which like isn't trendy at all for this channel, that's by design, right? But there is as well, because it's the Four of Cups, there is a call to rest, to rejuvenate, to acknowledge that offers made might be refuted unless you take a little break. And in tarot terms, that's just like, give it a rest for a minute. But in a more general, it's almost like I'm reading it like Four of Swords, because I'm picturing the Four of Swords even as I'm saying Four of Cups. But so it is like rest, like lie down. Literally, you're the emperor, you've been doing too much, lie down. But also it's understand that just because somebody's offering you a cup and it like, here's a reading, it doesn't mean that you take them all, because then a bunch of them will spill and then we're in the five, and we don't want to be in the five, right? Because that's then the energy of grief and the energy of like having to look on the bright side because things are falling down. We don't want to get there. It's discernment, really. And it's that same thing of like, if a reader that you really enjoy, or that the topic advertises something that you're really kind of like pulled to, think first about whether that was the question that you came online or that you went to them to ask. That's what I want to say. It's like, come with an intention. The analogy that Spirit's giving me is like clothes shopping and colour analysis, right? And whether or not you agree with colour analysis and whether or not you use it, there is a certain benefit, I think, to knowing a spectrum of versions of each colour of the rainbow that suit you in particular, so that when you go to a shop and you go, okay, well, I need a colourful shirt for this interview, say, you're not going to beeline for the thing that you're like drawn to in terms of the colour of it because it's a nice colour. You're going to have in the back of your mind what suits you, and because it's in that limited colour palette, it's going to go with everything else in that palette that also suits you, right? I realise I say that as a clashy person, but mostly this is within my family, right? But it's that analogy from Spirit that, like, if you go to the store with an idea of this needs to complement everything else, or this needs to be what I'm asking for, you're going to be less tempted to overspend on stuff that in the end you want to return, because you put it on and you go, oh my, I look awful, I look ill, right? Whereas if you'd have gone with the colour thing in mind, you might have gone for a different blue, and it might be like, wow, I look really alive in that, and oh look, it goes with this skirt because I also bought that in a different colour with this in mind. So it's kind of, are you going to your readings almost like that, where it's kind of, not only do I know what I'm going for, but I know that if it doesn't jive with everything else that I'm learning at that particular time, your other colours, right, then it's probably not for me right now, and I can put it back on the hanger and someone else who is a soft summer will look amazing in it. Do you get what I mean? I hope you do. If you do, let me know down below. Shall we pull anything else? Do we want one more? Let's get one more. We're going to need more than one more. What are you trying to tell me about this? Oh, right, okay, in terms of the solution to it, right. So I pulled the Tower. Sorry. That's not necessarily indicative of not necessarily indicative of an imminent tower. I need to practice my tongue twisters. Sorry, that's a post-stroke thing. I was ill a while ago. This is rather that Spirit is bringing up when you're in a tower moment, when you feel like you're in that tornado and you want to go to your eye of the storm comfort space, but you don't want necessarily to think that the world is chaotic around you or to be at the mercy of a swirl of algorithms controlled by tech dictators, conglomerates of evil, doing strange rituals underground. If you don't want to be at the mercy of all of that, I'm feeling like a cat with a laser pointer, you know what I mean? Then what you do in that tower scenario is, okay, we've got the Sun and we got the 8 of Pence. Wicked, right? So 8 of Pence, we can censor like that, and the Sun, we've just got a bit of booty, just like that. Hope they're clear. So what you do in your tower moments when you would turn to tarot, I mean, you can if you follow the rules that we kind of discussed earlier, but yeah, it's approaching it bit by bit, and it's also going on the vibe of the read, which is something I didn't think would come up for you with so many swordsy energies, but maybe that relates back to the water, forming the water and fire core at the middle of all your swords. I'd be really interested to look at your chart actually, and whether there's like predominant placements of more emotional energies like fire and water signs, and then kind of those being bolstered by more earth and air, like practical, solution focused, logical, very much not present in me kind of stuff. I mean, I am quite air dominant, but it tends to be like frothy, flirty air. It's the kind of air that puts bubbles in your shit and then fucks off, you know. But there is a sense of like, with the 8 of Pentacles, it's coming to things gradually. It's playing your own tune, right? And indeed dancing to that tune. And then with the Sun, that's to me just like going for the joy, going for what moves you, going for the emotional response to a thing. Like, A, is it what you came for? And can we reduce it down to be more specific with that Pentacles energy if it's not? But B, does it actually make you happier? Because I think your reaction in these tower moments, whether they are external towers or whether they are internal kind of bits where you note the energy of lack or resentment or worry or imposter syndrome, that's like, why haven't I got this as well? I came up with all of you. Like, your response to that is to immediately get well articulated informational answers, which, yeah, it's what tarot does great, right? Does well, sorry. But maybe, as well as getting more and more specific, there needs to be a part of that where you just ask yourself midway through a reading, do I feel better? Is this helping? Do I feel relief? And I'm not saying that tarot has to promise people immediate relief, but I do have like a working theory for myself that if I reach the end of a very informationally dense reading about something that may or may not be a traumatic set of circumstances, and by the end of it I don't feel more empowered to take my own kinds of actions about those circumstances, then it's a bad reading. It doesn't matter how accurate it is. Do you feel me? Like, it's if you went to a guidance counsellor, stick with me, and they just read back to you all the stuff at school that was like wrong, or all the stuff that had been problematic both for you and from you, and why you were in the office, and then they looked up and they said, and that's our session, you'd be like, bro, I'm sure there are some guidance counsellors who do that. Maybe you even had one, let me know in the comments, right? But and similarly, even if that guidance counsellor did all that and then they said, and the bit you don't know is that Mr. So-and-so from French feels this way about it, we're done. You'd still, what? What a guidance counsellor should do, what a tarot reader should be able to do, if they're good, is relay those events, tell you stuff that you might not have known, make you think, make you reflect, you know, all that good normal tarot stuff, and give you homework, or give you a sense of immediate action, or give you a sense of relief, which is the sun in a tower situation specifically. The sun coming out from behind the ruins of the tower is like the promise of like, maybe it'll all be all right. And you don't get to feel that if you're just looking at the extent of the damage to the tower, right? And it's very like, I think symbolically this is saying, make sure that the vibe is good enough, but don't go on the vibe necessarily. Go for what you came for, but make sure that it makes you feel good. But more than that, in a longer term way, when you've had a bit of a break from it, ensure that the readers that you actually subscribe to and actually treat with kind of sincerity and come back to and maybe even pay, which I would say you should be doing, because we're putting a lot out for free to support ourselves financially a lot of the time, right? And I do believe that that's fair. These people should be offering things that you can do strategically and step by step, and Eight of Pentacles is that as well. It's not just getting specific about the kinds of readings that you want, it's getting really like, and my next step is this, and my next step is this, so that the empowerment of the reading isn't coming from a, yeah, and then he did this, damn right he must think this about me. It's a, okay, I understand that that's his position now, and I feel that, yeah, he did that, and also thank you for the extra information of where I am in relation to that and what I can do next to further empower myself. Long story short, you should be feeling empowered, and I think that this feels like an addiction to you, maybe not even because you're consuming too much of it, but because the stuff that you're consuming isn't curated to the extent that you as an emperor are capable of curating it, and you can hone it, and you can omit other influences, and you can be more yourself in a way that disregards whatever other people are going to think about that, so that you get to a specificity of information that allows you to take informative action. That's also echoed in the sun. I'm going to tell you why and then we're going to finish. So this version of the sun card is like a softcore Icarus, right? The Icarus myth is very, very misunderstood. We know that Daedalus made wings with feathers and wax for Icarus to be able to get out of the trap that they were in, and that Icarus famously flew too high, too close to the sun, and the wax of the wings melted, so the feathers came off, and then he fell to his death in the sea. And that was kind of a punishment for Daedalus for various other connected things to that myth. And it's a very like, oh, don't fly too close to the sun, like don't take the risk too far, or, you know, like there's all sorts of interpretations to it. The bit that many people don't tell is that Icarus was also told not to fly too low, because then he'd be kind of too close to the water. And I can't remember what the risk was there. I think maybe like the spray would make the feathers wet, and then equally the wings would decompose and, you know, fall to his death or whatever. I can't remember exactly. It's been a long time since my Greek myths were revised. But it's almost like that's a confirmation that in the readings you're getting half the information, unless you're going on, does this actually make me feel like I've improved by listening to this reader? So it's kind of like you're getting don't fly too close to the sun, and you're kind of going, yeah, but everyone knows that, right? And you're almost going to readings where you're like, yeah, that's true, but everyone knows that. And what Spirit's asking you to do is to go to readers who maybe tell you bits that everyone does know, or bits that are very general, like the situation I initially described to you, right? It's quite general. But then also hone in on stuff that's much more specific to you, that is an extra layer, right? Which I think you got kind of later in the reading with me, or I hope you did. So it's like, yeah, don't fly too close to the sun, but also don't fly too close to the water. What you want as Icarus is a happy medium, and this is how you get it, and these are your next steps, and this is your 8 of Pentacles on what you're going to do next week, and then in a month, and then in a year, or whatever. You know, it might not be that Capricorn and time-based and exact like that, because not everyone's Saturnian in the way that they express. But even if it's an emotional kind of homework thing, you should have an idea emotionally on where it is that you're traveling to next, or what to emit or omit, and kind of roughly where you're going. And if that doesn't A, happen, and B, bring you a sense of relief, then tarot isn't an escape anymore. It's something you used to control, you used to have to feel control, that now has control over you. I think that's part one. If that was useful, you know what to do, right? Ding the dong, subscribe, like, etc. Thank you kindly. If you'd like to book with me privately for something more specific, the link to that is also in the comments or the description, I believe. And if you do find me useful, and you are aware that other people need similar specificity and similar kind of analogies and process, feel free to recommend me by word of mouth to friends as well, because who knows what's going to happen in terms of the platform that we're on at the moment, put it that way. Alright, okay, take care. Pile 2, I'm going to have to like push past Sean here with her 13 vaginas on display, and Althea, who is newly flowering, please admire and praise, to show you that your record was Drive, right? And the back of it looks like this. There we go. Lovely picture of Oscar Isaacs there. Is it Isaacs or Isaac? No, it's Oscar Isaac, Jason Isaacs, right? I don't even know. Spoilers, but I used to work for like film stuff. I should bloody know that. So my favourite on this is Night Call by Kavinsky and Love Fox with 3 X's apparently. I thought it was just by Kavinsky, but okay. But you may also know A Real Hero, or what's the Chromatics one? Tick the Clock. Yes, a load of bangers on here. The immediate channel for this was some of the lyrics to Night Call by Kavinsky. So I don't know whether you've seen Drive. If you haven't, it's fantastic. But if you know the Kavinsky song, and maybe that's part of why you chose it, those things are coming through. So the first thing that I was hearing was, I'm giving you a night call to tell you how I feel, which tells me that this may be the pile that go to tarot specifically for love readings to know how somebody else is feeling, or for like interpersonal readings where there are messages from another person a lot. So this is the like mind reading end of that psychotherapeutic process, or foil, shall we say, because mind reading psychologically is not the best thing. It's a component of sometimes depressive disorders. And you can get very obsessed about kind of trying to know what somebody's thinking or feeling. And perhaps, as with the beautiful Gosling in the case of Drive, sometimes the people that you've been asking about the thoughts, feelings and next actions of are maybe not in their best mindset, or maybe are not the best for you. The scorpion jacket from Drive leaps out to me on the cover of this, and that is from the story of the scorpion and the frog, which is famous in the film, right? And as he explains in the film, it's a fable about a scorpion sort of persuading a frog to take it across the river by it riding the frog's back. And the scorpion's like, won't you sting me? You're a scorpion. The scorpion's like, no, you're fine, you're fine. Frog carries the scorpion across the river and then is indeed stung. And when he says, why did you sting me? You said you wouldn't. The scorpion says, I'm a scorpion, it's in my nature, I sting, right? Which is really sad. And I think it's fantastically represented in the film as like a thing of trauma, of like, if someone's kind of going down a certain trajectory, they will ultimately keep barreling down it. I'm not sure where I agree with that morally and spiritually and everything, but it makes for a great cinema. And two of the characters, at least in this film, maybe arguably 3 or 4, are on that scorpion trajectory where it's like, no matter what they say is their moral imperative to not sting, they end up being their natures. They end up playing out what it is that they most feared. And I think maybe if you're coming to tarot a lot, you might be dealing with a scorpion. And I don't mean a Scorpio, I mean somebody who potentially is playing out a cycle that they don't have the full control over. So whether that's somebody who's like an avoidant person, or another attachment style that might not be compatible with yours, or whether it's that a person is, sorry, my altar's making noises. Whether it's that a person is particularly silent with you on how they feel because they're enacting certain things that they kind of can't help without further intervention. And that can be psychotherapeutic intervention, or at a more mild level where we're not diagnosing anybody or anything. It can be like a friend or a family member might need to say to them, hey, have you thought about this aspect of this? Or it could just be that they're socialized in a particular way where certain kinds of behavior don't occur to them as hurtful or harmful because of their own privilege and because of how behaviors have always been reflected back to them from that position, right? So if all of that hits home, this is probably your pile. What else am I thinking for Drive? I think as well, like when I think of Drive, I think of like a version of this neon pink that is brighter and kind of more urgent looking and more like amazing. And that colour itself, if I'm colour reading it, is about an urgency for love. It's about an urgency to be loved. Urgent because it's a neon, so it's literally a hark kind of a you know, neons to me are the kind of archangelic, like, stop, pay attention, you can't ignore this, it's a neon. So it's like incoming transmission in the very obvious communicative tarot way, but it's also like a sit down. What you need is state colour, and the colour in this case is pink, which is about being fully loved. And I'm already feeling a bit sort of emotional about it, so maybe it's that partly you have a bit of a tarot addiction because there is a lack of love in your background, or because there is an urgent need for love in your present. And for some of you, I'm hearing that's a circumstantial thing because you've been going through something which is so sort of acutely difficult in a particular direction, that you need a bit of extra help. You don't just need love, you need like actual support in that particular way. And I think you pinned that onto a person or a group of people that you're then having readings about, because you're like, if I can just figure out what it is that they think, then they'll naturally slot into this position of, I want to say caregiver, but it might not be that extreme. It might be like supporter whilst I am going through right? And I'm reading for a large group, so it'll vary. Trying not to be too general, especially if you saw the last pile, because I don't do cold readings, I do mediumship and so forth. But there's a kind of, there's an urgency to be loved, and it's not just in a like, I'm a love-starved person because of this thing that mom or dad did, or you know, this bullying in my childhood, or this illness or whatever. It's very specifically like, there are things I am going through either right now or when I started with tarot. Some of you it's 2020 stuff, where I desperately needed for someone to step into that love position. And that can even be if you're partnered, right? But there was just a deficit of something in particular that gave you the support that you urgently in your mind require. And that's why it's coming up as a neon, because it's urgent, it's now. It's, if this was just like actually that hot pink, this kind of darker Barbie shade, right? I mean, it's coming up more neon on the camera because of the lights right now, but if it was just that hue, it wouldn't be giving me that same meaning. It wouldn't have the sort of like 911 or 999 if you're in the UK version of like, no, I need it now. So I think even before we begin, there's something about you understanding the actions of other people that helps you to believe that they will slot into the role that you need somebody to fill, because you feel kind of powerless by yourself for the moment, or you did in the circumstances which you're in. That's a lot from a record. Let's get to your tarot, shall we? And I haven't seen these, so if these fit, then you know you've got to like below, because I'll be cooking on gas. Right, we've got Scribe. I don't know which version of Scribe yet. Let's have a look at how your tarot's laid out, because that might be an indicator. So what bad boys have we got? Yeah, it's done the same thing. Right, it's not in all the readings either. So as I said with the last pile, and this may mean actually that you are both pile 2 and pile 1 and you didn't know, but the extra message stuff from pile 1, as in like actually listening to the album and stuff, won't be as relevant for you in pile 1, but you might be both. But there we had a thing where your tarot comes up in reverse because it's telling me that the archetype is reversed, but not, I don't accept a whole spread of tarot reversals, and I've checked the other piles to make sure that not everything's like that. It's not the way I shuffled it, right? I think if every card is a reversal, it can sometimes skew the meaning a little bit. So if it's all reversed, I take it that one of the oracles needs to be reversed, if that makes any kind of sense. I know I'm over speaking, but I'm kind of trying to explain it for people who do it as well. Oh, you might be a tarot, or you might like be a future tarot reader, and that's partly why. Let's see. Right. So the Scribe card, which we now know is in the reverse. Sorry, new nails. In its shadow is altering facts or plagiarising others' work. Interesting. Altering facts brings out when we've had that thing about like understanding somebody else's communication, but then those communications themselves being altered by the tarot addiction, as in like watching, this is resonating with pile 1 as well, watching so many readings that almost like the thing that you came to the reading for is kind of lost. And now I'm hearing Slipknot. All hope, is it Slipknot? All hope is lost. Anyway, I'm very old, sorry. And then we've got, you're so unpredictable, it's wild, keep it up. Right, that's already, again, it's chiming in with 1. Right, already with these top cards, we've got 2 things on the go, right? Firstly, with Scribe, and with me sort of Freudian slipping then a little bit, or giving away too much a little bit, my feeling is that part of the reason that you're drawn to tarot is that you maybe would benefit from learning tarot in an official, you know, that turning this Scribe energy into the light rather than the shadow for you might mean undergoing some kind of professional tarot tuition. I don't currently offer that, but if you hit me up in the comments, I can point you towards readers who I believe are very good at it. And off the top of my head, some useful people to learn tarot from include like Joe McCarthy, who also has a fantastic book on it, Gordon White, Rachel Pollack did a fantastic book, well, a few fantastic books on tarot. And sort of in terms of on here, I've got Gordon White, Joe McCarthy, Aquarius, and who else? Foolish Fish is good on tarot as well. And then there are readers offering tarot courses as well, which I can further recommend down here. But my feeling is that oh my God, I missed out the best one. The place that I learnt it, and the best one is Belle Wen, right? She's focusing more on Taoist stuff now, but her tarot free information is unbelievable, and her book is magnificent. So, having said all that, I think you might be drawn to it partly because you kind of want to learn it, but I don't know what the stumbling block with that is in terms of whether you believe you can't, or whether you're just like, I don't know what I'd use it for, or whether you want to use it for other people but you don't feel quite at the point where you feel qualified yet, or maybe something's knocked you back from that. I don't know. We'll get into that stuff further, I suspect. So there's, on the one hand, it's taking the scribe like unreliability of other people's messages about this communication that you want, and switching that energy through integrating the archetype into being your own scholarly energy. So you're not transcribing other people's potential generalizations or misunderstandings on the topic of what you want to know, right? Which again, part one. You are instead learning meanings through watching these things that you then add value to in your own study and as a scribe of people who are experts on it. And then from that, you can kind of interpret it in a more full way. And I do think there is truth to that, because if I'm listening to a reader now, and don't know how to say this without sounding like a jackass. In both Battle 1 and 2, I sound gatekeepy about tarot, but I think when we're talking about tarot addiction, we have to acknowledge that there are varying levels of proficiency in the tarot readers that are available to us through the web, right? And particularly through different platforms for tarot reading, and what those platforms are designed to proliferate or algorithmically benefit from. And even a good illustration of that within my own channel is that I've noticed that people find less accuracy in my shorts, even though they're more watched, than in my long readings. So people find longer readings way more beneficial and accurate, but the shorts get more kind of algorithmic attention. And in the same way, I'm not saying my shorts aren't accurate, I'm saying they're for a specific audience, right, who might not be my regular subscribers as much. Does that make sense? In the same way, there are readers who are accurate for those people who just want a 2-minute general, like, oh, okay, excuse me, it's that idea of things. Sorry, I get hiccups for confirmation sometimes. But then there are other people who really need or want a deep dive, who would benefit from that more. And the requirement with a deep dive generally is like a greater degree of specificity, because you can't talk for like an hour on something that you're not actually receiving more information about, right? You can't, I mean, there are readers who talk generally for 2 hours, right? But it tends to be that the longer you go, kind of the more honed in on topic you are. And yeah, sorry, I'm getting into like equating shorter readings with like less good readers, and that's not at all the correlation I want to make. What I'm trying to say is different strokes for different folks, and also different formats and platforms for different levels of understanding the cards. And you know, it's similar to like writing on Twitter is going to have a different quality to it to writing on Substack, because Substack you can put something that takes somebody 15 minutes to read and is very sort of thoughtful, whereas Twitter you have to be very concise and to the point and reaching a broad audience in a way that everyone understands. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It's not that the people on Twitter are X are less eloquent on their particular topic, but it's certainly a different kind of media absorption than sitting with an article on Substack and really mulling it over. And I think there's a thing with you in tarot that's sort of about that like, maybe if things have seemed less accurate, it's because you've been going for stuff that is for that X audience type vibe rather than for the Substack audience type vibe, or you've been going for stuff that is meant to entertain as well as inform, rather than stuff that's meant to necessarily really challenge you. And again, like with message readings in particular, if I was right about that stuff, there are message readings from readers who can speak for ages and ages about what the surrounding circumstances are and what the different outcomes might be and how you can best take back power in the situation, even kind of without knowing what they're doing, while you're getting that intel. And then there are other people who would just want to pick like 3 message cards from a deck where all of the cards say that they're into you. and that's kind of it. And I mean, I'm saying that and I'm literally using a DIY deck that I designed for my shop because I saw so many love decks that didn't have anything problematic in them. And all I was surrounded by was problematic men. No offense to the male audience, it's not necessarily you, right? But I was like, okay, in these popular decks, a lot of the time, where is the ghosting? Where is the avoidant attachment? Where is the patriarchal privilege bias? Where is the pushing for sex? All these things that women kind of regularly experience, well, people regularly experience, right? Because it's not just women, it's not just men necessarily, but like all of these negative relationship outcomes, even stuff like I don't see myself getting married or having children, I didn't really see that coming up in the love decks. I saw I'm too afraid to approach you, or like I think about you every night but I just can't bring myself to call. It's like, okay, but that can't be everyone's truth, so I'm going to make a deck. And that's why that deck is kind of harsh, right? I mean, you didn't get a harsh card, but again, my point is like, there are people who are reading for that audience who want the affirmation of someone that they already know is into them, being into them, and they benefit from that, and it's good. It's a good healing energy. It's still good, still positive, but it's over on the Twitter end. And then there are other people who want all of that, but also, I kind of don't want kids, or also, you're a bit old for me, or whatever it is, and those hard truths, if we're going down a love direction, as my example, like they should be what we're receiving. Because if what we're coming for is the intel about the full picture, then let's get it, right? Let's actually know. And I think you're a person who actually does want to know the facts. That's why Scribe's here as well. Because you're writing, like, you might not be actively taking notes, right? You might be like me, you put it on, you do the washing up or whatever. But it's like you're actively storing information while you take in tarot. And that's not the case for everyone. A lot of people come because they want that pat on the back, or because they want to believe that that person is circling back to them. And in a lot of cases they are, but not necessarily for the reasons that the deck shows, right? Or the love deck shows, to be specific. So yeah, there's something here about you transforming that like bias and incongruity into your own study of the differences between tarot and oracle cards, the differences between different people's DIY decks and what their emphasis is on, or different people's style of reading and what those readings hone in on or point towards. Again, pile 1 is relevant. And with this, you're so unpredictable, it's wild, keep it up. It's almost like I feel like the readings you've been getting are like, well, this one says that this person thinks this thing, and this one says it's completely different, and it's all the other end, but I believe them both because I want to believe them both, and it's just wild and I can't keep up. And it's like, my dude, these are from very different readers. And those readers will have different focuses, and some of them, like, and I send nothing but blessings out to the entire tarot community, but some people, for whatever reasons and in whatever context, might be reading for people's confirmation bias, and that might be their collective, right? That particular readers group of subscribers might all be people whose person is like, yeah, I'm going to marry you tomorrow, I'm just finishing this stuff off, and it might be accurate, but for you it might not, right? And then what do you do, because you're not? And I said in the first pile about, like, the better you get as a tarot reader yourself, or the more aware of readings you get, and the more aware about things like cold reading and confirmation bias you get, the better you are at honing in on, like, what to take from something, and reading bad readings and finding the relevance that Spirit wanted to put in there for you, even if the overall message is actually kind of for someone else. And we covered that quite a bit in the last portion of the first pile. And I think that for you, but I also think for you there's this extra dimension of, like, not just figuring out how to read bad readings, but also, like, reading how not to be a bad reader, reading what not to omit, or what to definitely include each time. It's almost like the concerns from the end of pile 1 about honing in on topics are like what you need to do from the other side of the table. So I might be speaking to a tarot collective who are readers, workers, energy people, or like who feel pulled to that but don't really know where to put that skill. And again, we can do another kind of reading about that either through my shop or if you request it down below for free, like a general. Yeah, so I mean, that's only 2 cards. Jeez, I'm talking a lot, I'm sorry. Right, so the good things that you got out of being a tarot addict so far. Let's so you had a 6 of Swords, a 5 of Pentacles, and a High Priestess. Ooh, okay. That does relate back into feeling like you are potentially a reader, right? Sorry, I got my cards ass backwards then. There we go. That's your first 3. I think this is pretty simple actually as a first 3. I think tarot, like we covered it with the sort of the drive love reading stuff and the neon pink, right? And I stand by all that I said there. But I also think there's an idea of leaving the world behind when you have a reading, which is this 6 of Swords. Feeling less kind of abandoned in that need for love, feeling less deserted by the world because the tarot gives you a sense of hope. And feeling like you're getting fulfillment from kind of learning the secrets, which is the High Priestess. But for the High Priestess to come through after what I just said to you about potentially learning more about tarot from the reader's end, or being a reader and starting to discern the difference between good and bad readers in a more confident way. Yeah, I think it's like, it's twofold, because if you take this in relation to the love reading thing of trying to mind read somebody else for a feeling of safety because of feeling particularly vulnerable without a person for support in your life then or now, then this answers that in the good sense. It puts you in a place where you're mentally away from that stuff. It stops you from feeling alone, and it gives you a sense of tapping into something which is like beyond what other people know, which again gives you a sense of safety, certainty, needs are being met. But if we flip this and we talk about like you as a potential reader, what I'm getting from this is that you might feel a bit like weird about having abilities of that kind, consciously or unconsciously. This could be a witch wound thing, and this learning, another Freudian slip, listening to lots of other people's tarot readings in the positive has given you a sense that you're not so weird, right? It's that 5 of Pentacles kind of married with the High Priestess in the sense that she informs why the 5 of Pentacles had to happen. It's that idea of like the witch or shaman or peller or cunning person of any given community traditionally, well, not even traditionally, but just archetypally in general and in truth, is always someone who is separated out, who is made a weirdo, or who lives at the edge of the community, you know, witch of the wood, right? They're someone on the fringes, on the thresholds, on the liminal. So liminal spaces might be a thing for you, I'm just getting that through. They're also like always an outsider to things. This stunt man, right, who just drives around all night and lives this very like weird, almost sheltered existence compared to everyone else. Like, he's a good example of that as well. And you might, if you haven't seen Drive, you might actually draw a lot from like watching him. And I think Gosling is fantastic in this film. There's a shot of him, sorry, I'm not digressing really. There's a shot of him in a lift where the way that they light him after a certain like shocking thing looks like an old Basil Gogos Universal Horror painting, like where they used to do the posters of Boris Karloff and stuff, but they were all oil paintings. And I say that because those monsters were like the archetypal outsiders to people in like the 40s and 50s, was it? I'm getting my times mixed up, I think, but around the 50s, right? And in the same way, like, we joke about Ryan Gosling being like, oh, he's literally me. He's literally every guy, right? He's literally me. But he, in that film, has that archetypal monster Basil Gogos thing about him. And that shot, from a cinematography perspective, puts him in an old Universal Horror monster painting. And I believe it's deliberate on the part of the cinematographer, and I think it's actually quite brilliant. It's one of my favourite shots in anything, because of the way the shadows on his face form, and because of the way they make him almost grotesque when he's he's an attractive man in a Jar Jar Binks way. Don't come for me in the comments unless you've seen that Instagram reel. But you know what I mean? Like, it's. I think you will find figures like that particularly entrancing. And I think that tarot for you is coming in with that kind of like, it's all right if you're an outsider. It's all right if you've been kind of abandoned and left to struggle with this. And it's okay if you feel kind of on the fringes of things, and you're like, even for some of you, if you're more active at night, which is coming through from the record, like, that is part of this sense of witchy otherness. Whether or not you would ever practice witchcraft, whether or not you're probably not on this channel if you find it evil, but, you know, whether you instead identify with things like prophetic word more, for example, there is still this sense of being separate from the community, and that's in the Bible as well, right? And I think tarot brings you mentally, with the Six of Swords, to that position of like, no, it's okay, this was meant to happen to me, because it's part of the destiny of somebody who's in my role. And I don't say that in a sort of messiah way for you, and I'm not like trying to give you major-sitis or give you any big ideas about everybody's station, because as a professional divination person, diviner, like, we're not special, right? Or at least I'm not. I don't know. But also, there is a specialness to it. Simultaneously, there's a separation. There's an unusual thing of circumstance. So the people who do it and stay with it, and I'm talking from, I've been doing this, paid 5 years book reading about 15, and I've been an occultist for over 20, and I've always been cut off from the mainstream crowd, and not in a hipster way, but in a literal way, like, being wheelchair bound until a certain age. You live in a certain fashion, and then other kinds of social separation happened, and then like separation to do with sexualities, and there's always been like even being a stepmother for a bit, there's always been a distance with me from what everybody else is doing, and I've always been kind of on the edge and the fringes and more comfortable there, thanks to having a bit of like strength in the Uranian and in my chart disposition to be like okay with being a bit weird. And I think maybe you're coming to the realization from the tarot community being so diverse that it's okay to have that separation from how everyone else is behaving, and that sometimes it can mark you out for something not greater, but more specific in terms of the healing arts, right? And divination and things like that. And that's allowing you to process what happened to you in a more compassionate way to yourself, which again fits in with pile 1 very well. So, whilst that's good, and whilst you are learning a lot, and clearly this scribe coming into the high priestess is that you are picking up tarot intel as you go along with maybe consuming too many readings, whether paid or free, right? Let's look at like what's kind of against you, or how this addiction might be acting for the negative, or like sort of the less material, more esoteric side of what is it not doing for you, or why is it a problem? So we got the Knight of Swords, the Queen of Swords, and the World. That is interesting. Okay. Instantly when I see the Queen of Swords, and when she came up reversed initially, even though we did turn around, she's an interesting companion to the High Priestess, because there can be a temptation, not a tendency, but a temptation, a caution, if you like, to not be elitist about what's out there and about how other people live their lives, because you've found a way that is more specific to your circumstances. And I say that and I realise that it's ironic considering everything I just said, but this applies to me as well, and I accept that, and I'm trying to fully integrate my Queen of Swords at the moment. But there is like the Knight of Swords can indicate being too like hasty in things you say, or it can indicate people who talk and talk and talk, but there's not necessarily much meaning or content to it. So some of the readings that you've been consuming are people who, I hate to say it, but it might be people who go on and on and on, but from that reading you get like 3 realizations for a very long time of listening, and that's not really, it's not a hit rate I like to go with. I don't know about you. But this, it also like is turning in on the self, where it's like the Knight of Swords is maybe speaking a little too much, or being a little too verbally incisive, or a teensy bit too critical in terms of what groups other people are a part of, now that you've discovered that you can be part of this kind of wider psychic community. So there is a caution here, particularly with the ending in the World, right, that it's almost like, I was checking the thing there to make sure it was still on. It's almost like if you talk to people who aren't in these communities enough about stuff in this community, after a certain point, are they still listening? Is it still on? Is it the end with the World card? So it's like, I think there's an aspect of you where you're ecstatic to learn about the world of tarot a bit further, even if you've been reading for years, because I am talking to a diverse group of people. But there's a thing with you where you're like delighted that you're seeing this like witch or diviner archetype play out in the self. Some of you have just picked up like ceremonial magic as well, and you hadn't before. That's coming through. And you might want to share that with people. Or indeed, if you were feeling a lack of love and support, and you can't talk about the lack of support you felt with friends, but you can talk about your love life, or you can talk about your friendships and connections, there might be a temptation to talk about the tarot world, because you're speaking about, well, I got a reading, and in the reading it said that this person's thinking this. And your friends go, oh, yeah. But are they really thinking that when they're saying it, or are they like acknowledging that you want to talk about it through that lens? I'm not saying your friends aren't into tarot, but I think for some of you there's a thing here where like maybe they're not as into it as you are, or maybe they even see that you've got a bit of an addiction to it, and they have a certain degree of caution around mind reading other people that I don't feel before this reading that you had to the same extent. So I'm thinking of a particular relative. The spirit is crystallizing for me right now. Thank you guys. So I have someone in my family who is really not in this realm, right? And I mean that in terms of like, they're not able to talk about spirituality. They're just not, It doesn't like, it's not an aversion to it in like a phobia way. It's more like it just doesn't work for them at all, and they think anybody who takes part in it is probably, you know, has some mental health difficulties, and you do you and travel on and everything, but like, maybe don't talk to me about it because I don't understand anything you're saying and I think it's all trash. And I'm seeing this person really vividly in my head. Their sibling in my family is somebody who is so involved in this realm, so involved in the spiritual community as a healer, right, that they don't have a filter for not talking about it. So to watch those two converse is super interesting, because for whatever reason, this person in the spiritual communities can't shut off the thing of, and then I did this, and then I had a past life regression, and then I learned how to talk to lions, and then and I was in my Akashic records the other night and I found this thing, and like, I'm getting some of it and I'm going, okay, but I'm getting some of it and go, oh, that's really interesting, right? It's that I've also experienced too. And I'm sort of 50-50 on a lot of what this person is pushing, because they're a little bit more new age than I am, so. But in their dialogue with this sibling of theirs, the one who's really not open, you can see that there's a frustration, because this person is too kind to say, shut up, you're talking horseshit, but they're also not really, they're either not versed in what is being said at all, to the point of confusion, or they do understand enough to be like, you don't believe in that, do you? So I'm kind of watching one person go, na 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 na, and me, and this thing and that thing and the other thing, and then I'm watching the other one go, yep, and like they look like they don't want to be here on this planet anymore, right? And there's a sense of that coming through these cards, that like, you might be like that wonderful, beautiful relative of mine who I respect and appreciate the autonomy of thoroughly, where there are people around you who don't necessarily believe in all of this, and they are very there for you, right? And they really love the person that you are, but they might not want to hear about your Akashic records, or whether you were talking to a lion using your mind. Or I'm not taking the piss out of that aspect. I've been on animal communication courses, I can't say shit, but you getting what I'm putting out with this, right? I think one of the bad things in terms of tarot, which I don't know whether you're aware of it or not aware of it, but one of it is that, like, in your eagerness to speak about the things that you come to readings for, i.e. what other people are thinking and feeling and doing, you might miss that the medium for that message is not something that other people are actually all right with, or can understand very well, or indeed like want to hear about. Which sort of tells me that, like, maybe if you take this path further, there's a subconscious knowledge that, like, you might have to separate that aspect of your life from some people and mention it around them less, or at worst maybe like distance from some people, depending on, like, to use the example of my relative again, like, we wouldn't separate from that relative just because, you know, they don't understand fully what we're doing there, because they are being a nice person about it, and they are being very patient, particularly with one other family member, right? But it's that thing of, like, if that person's reaction internally was the same, but externally they were actively saying, I think this is all shit, I think you can't know what someone else is thinking, and I think the fact that you're trying to is, you know, wishful thinking and cognitive decline or whatever, then that would be the time that you're like, oh, that's hurtful, actually, and I'm gonna sort of make a space between us, because you're clearly annoyed and I'm now annoyed. so you get what I mean? Like, there is a difference, but that's coming through in the cards. And again, there is this thing of, like, echo of pile one, but not listening to readers who talk at great length in a way that makes you feel good because you feel you're getting answers, but is actually just Knight of Swords babbling. It's just rushing ahead without actually integrating much meaning to the conversation. There's also in the spirit of giving you the news you might not want to hear, let's talk about this for a bit, shall we? The World card is an ending, right? It's the ending of the major arcana, as I'm sure you might know in your unofficial studies. To me, when you're getting the drive thing and the neons and the like, we're learning about what other people might be thinking about us, and when you're getting the World card, just one moment. Right, yeah. We'll come back to that. When you're getting the World card and you're getting other people's opinions, there is a sense that maybe a relationship in your life has come to a close, and that you're trying to read into what happens next, not realizing that what happens next is an ending, right? That was the final bit, right? Sometimes the solution, I'm getting confirmation, is that you don't get a solution. Sometimes the culmination of a relationship is not closure, but the lack of it as its own statement. And maybe even some readers have tried to tell you that, and you've kind of stayed online and maybe heard from other people because it was a truth that you weren't necessarily ready to absorb, or it was delivered in a way that was a bit callous. And I apologise if my delivery there was anything like that as well. But I'm trying to be very upfront and abrupt with you because, like, this is about something that you would call an addiction, even in a jokey way, and you would get a tarot reading on because the frequency with which you consume this kind of content is taking over your life, or it's invading spaces and depleting energy levels that should be used for something else or would be better used elsewhere for you, right? So with that in mind, and with the fact that I imagine that if it's sort of a love focus, right, you appear to be getting a lot of readings on the same person. A side note of like what this is telling me is that you're getting readings on something that's over. And we have the kind of symbol of the world here, right? And I probably should cover that actually. But then around that symbol, we've got these signs, right? Are they all cardinals? I can't remember. Oh, they're all fixed. Yeah, they're all fixed signs. So fixed signs might be relevant. Aquarius, Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, right? I think. You know, I'm getting a DF Astral S and I don't even know my fixed signs. That shows you how much sleep I've had, guys. Anyway, fixed signs might be relevant. But it's this thing of like, I'm guessing this is kind of the end, and this is all the opinions about the end. And it's almost like you're getting 4 answers a time. And we've already spoken about, like, you go into readers that just talk for a long time in a way that makes you feel soothed. I would say that in a similar way to Pile 1, tarot is your form of self-soothing for a trauma that is bigger than a tarot reader can necessarily answer within a session. And what's coming through with that world with these 4 different opinions is that actually you will listen to 4 people ramble on in a way that isn't necessarily telling you the truth, because what they have to say is comforting. Now, caveat for that is that Spirit never sends you a reading that isn't somehow relevant to your growth, even if what's relevant about it is that it's wrong and you realise it's wrong and you learn to trust your gut. So, like, you'll never get something, even through the overlords of the algorithm, you know, puppeteering everything, you'll never get something that is, like, so bad for you that you shouldn't be consuming it, or it's not for you in that sense. But the way that it's for you might still mean that it's inaccurate. It's just that you are learning to discern inaccuracy and harm from beneficial, accurate, enriching, nourishing information. Nourishing is an interesting one, because another thing that came through with the neon is like a lack of maybe parental love, or I would guess like 4th house love, like ground foundational groundwork love. So like wherever you grew up, whether that's with parents, without parents, in a typical situation, in an atypical situation, whatever, in your foundational development, I suspect that there was something that was like neglectful or missing or not giving a full picture of the care that you could have received and that indeed other people did receive. And that might be why, for instance, you might have an anxious attachment style, or you might be looking for figures of support in adulthood when something devastating happens, because without that foundational love and support, it's more difficult to learn how to self-soothe when crisis occurs, even like when you're older and more capable and all the rest of it. And nourishment is that fourth house thing. It's very Cancerian, it's very motherly. Excuse me, confirmation. So it's almost like, oh wow, this might be a pattern for you as well. Are you having eating stuff? For some of you, you are. If that's triggering, or if you're not, just, you know, you do you. You can click off, you can skip a bit, or you can ignore me entirely. But for some of you, I'm getting your consumption of tarot is the difference between junk food and being nourished. And the junk food makes you feel full in the moment. I'm feeling really emotional right now, sorry if that's you. The junk food makes you feel full in the moment. It helps you to feel like you're coping in the immediate moment that you need to have a tarot reading, and need is a really important word here. But the nourishment, it might not be food you like. It might not be like the tastiest thing when compared with a burger or a, I don't know, platter of sushi or whatever. But it's the thing that will sustain you and keep your blood levels okay and sugar levels all right, and keep the energy circulating around your body for a more sustained period. Whereas the junk food that makes you feel good in the moment, we know has a crash. And this analogy has been made about social media before. I'm making it now specifically about tarot content. And in the same way that we had the analogy of like Twitter versus Substack, and how you can go in a deep dive with one, some people would flip that and say that, well, Twitter's something I can consume really easily, whereas Substack is like arduous because it takes time out of my day, and it's like, by the time I get to the end of an article, have I even shared the opinion or enjoyed the opinion of that writer? Blah, 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 blah. So some people are like, Substack's too pretentious, I'm going to go Twitter. Equally, some people are like, I don't have the time to cook, I don't have the time to look up what's nourishing for me, I don't really prioritise things being nutritious, I just need fuel to keep going, and I'm fine to just bung something in the oven, or heat up a microwave meal, or order a Mackey's or whatever, and that's fine for me, and don't make me feel guilty about it just because I'm using junk instead of real food, or because I'm using Twitter instead of Substack. Or, do I want to say this? Yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm using TikTok short form stuff instead of deep dive readings with private readers who are capable of honing in. Sorry. I'm actually, ironically, considering joining TikTok, but I'm also like, is Tarot Talk something that I want to be in? Because it really does vary. I've seen brilliant readers on there. I've also seen a lot of people who are like, I think you're going through a massive change at the moment, and that's all. And I'm like, fantastic. Thank you for your insight. You know, who would have thought that someone who's coming to the internet for a tarot reading might be going through a bit of a transitional period and want more information on it? But you called it, son. You got it in one. Thank you, sir. Anyway, sorry. Just getting bitchy now. That's my Queen of Swords coming out. I do apologise. Bringing it back. Bringing it right back, right? Nourishing is harder than eating junk. Learning the truth is harder than consuming stuff adjacent to that truth that makes you feel good. Learning how to self-soothe and self-support is harder and feels less fair than getting a quick fix that tells you that someone's going to come in and support you. Getting the realization that the person that you hoped would do that is done with you now is harder than being told in different ways by different figures in different forms that one day they'll come back, it's just that they're going through this though, or it might be this other thing, or it might be this other thing, or it might be this other thing. My feeling is A, I don't think they're coming back, and B, I don't think it's their job, I think it's yours. I think you take care of you, and I think until you are not feeding yourself junk in whatever capacity, right? The plants are here for a reason. I'm covering the belly. I'm dealing with this myself, all right? But until you, who may also have not been adequately cared for in some way, learn the mechanisms by which to best care for yourself and implement those in a way that is independent of tarot culture. It might not be the best to try to imagine that someone's going to come in and help you out, because frankly, from a magical perspective, from a manifestation perspective in another language, if you can't help you out, all you're going to manifest is stuff that isn't capable of helping you either. And I know this is about tarot addiction, but I think in your case, if you're going to break the cycle, that's something you need to be aware of. So it's kind of turned into something else. I don't think the person that you've been hoping to hear from or trying to hear telepathically from is up to the task that you have comforted yourself by mentally assigning to them. Whether or not that's fair is irrelevant to whether it's true. And I accept that for many of you, it feels incredibly unfair that you've perhaps pinned your hopes on somebody who is going to let you down in a similar way to other things that you've experienced, and that what you have then to rely upon feels like nothing. But it's not nothing, it's you. Here we are, back again with the Buffy references. Okay, so as we're like in the 90s permanently at my house, let me give you a bit of a Buffy flavoured contextualisation. For the fans, I'm going to go into Becoming Part 2. If you're not familiar with Buffy the Vampire Slayer as a series, firstly, actually, there's quite a bit of like witchy content in there, so maybe get familiar, it's great. There's a lot of good analogous stuff in there as well, and a lot of like life wisdom stuff about what happens when people do let you down and how you kind of stay strong and stuff. But in perhaps one of my favourite moments of the entire 7 series arc, a girl has just had to effectively kill her boyfriend, I think, or like turn him evil. I can't remember which part of the timeline we're on, whether she's killed him by that point. It's not really a spoiler because it's kind of everywhere. But she's lost her friends, as far as it seems to be, and she's at what is potentially the apocalypse, where the price on her head is kind of the highest from these evil things, and she's dealing with either a partner that's just turned evil or a partner she literally had to kill. Can't remember which. Oh, she has to kill him because he's evil, that's it. Yeah, and she's aware of that in this moment. And that partner is about to kill her, right? And taunting her, and he's completely changed since they had sex. He's literally turned evil after he's got what he's wanted, which might be relevant to some of you as a metaphor. Incredibly therapeutic to watch, right? But he's got a sword like this far from her, and he's ready to strike, but he's going to taunt her first because he likes fucking with her. And he says something to the effect of, well, you've lost everything now. There's no school, there's no outer world, you've no friends, you've no love. Take all that away, and what's left? And he goes and strikes in for the kill, right? And as he moves the sword, she grabs it between her hands, which is really hard to do, and shoves it back to him and says, what's left is me. You are the thing that will support you. Buffy might help you with that, I don't know. It's great. It's cheesy, but it's great. But my feeling is that, like, you've almost made yourself vulnerable to the algorithmic must keep feeding the slot machine type structure of online tarot, because you want information, but underneath that you want the guarantee of support or love coming in from somewhere else, because you feel so exhausted by the stuff that you've endured that you don't feel that you can be self-supporting. You feel like the world's ending, you don't have your friends anymore, you don't, like, or to not to the same extent, right? And maybe that's why the junk is easier. Maybe that's why it's easier to read short things, because you feel like you've got no time. It's easier to eat junk food because you feel like you can't be bothered, right? It's too much executive function energy. There's just too much kind of going on for you. So you feel like you're losing everything unless you kind of put somebody on the horizon that's going to sweep in and like rescue you. And the thing about that battle is there's no one coming to save her, right? Her friends are always a part of, like, all of them team together in a very cool way to defeat whatever is like endangering the entire world at the end of the series. But in this particular episode, for one reason or another, they're kind of all unable to do that. He's right. He's absolutely right. There is nothing coming in to save her. She has nothing left. There is no hope. You take all that away, and what's left? Me. What's left is you. And that is the high priestess with the world, right? This thing that you've been kind of wanting to find out about has ended. But you haven't. You've grown stronger. You've grown more knowledgeable. You've seen some of the stuff going on behind the curtain. And I don't doubt, actually, that you've seen a lot of the things about this person that you've been reading on that are genuinely true, right? It doesn't have to be that, like, everything you've consumed until this point is junk and I'm the only reader who will tell you the truth. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it might be right, the messages you've received about this person, and they might still be incapable of giving you love and support. And it might still be an ending. And I just don't think that it's a wise investment to put your well-being in them anymore. Nor is it fair to rely on them to save the world when they're not the Slayer. They're not Buffy. They can't do that. They can't grab a sword between their hands and shove it away. You can, because of what you've been learning. Now, as I was talking about that, you saw me go off to a pile over here and laugh to myself. I wasn't just being weird. I was like, since this situation is all very clearly kind of at the forefront of, like, the root of why you sometimes go to tarot, or often, let's get something. Let's get a reading on that person other than the world card. Let's use the DIY love deck actually for a love or a social reading and see what they say. And it says, run away with me, ? Firstly, there is a question mark on this. It's someone who's very like, no, would you though? I don't know, maybe I just need the affirmation. But also, it's like, run away with me is this. It's let's distract together, let's forget together, let's get away from real life together. Run away with me. What would have happened in that final battle if that girl had just kind of gone, you know what, I'm just going to dissociate? I'm just going to listen to a tarot reading, actually, because I feel like shit. Stab through the face instantly. End of the series. Credits. I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because this sort of dynamic is very familiar to me, and it's something not only that I've been through with pinning my hopes on someone who, frankly, I believe was a sex addict, but also in terms of like doing personal readings for love reading person after love reading person, where the love that they wanted was their own. And that's not always the case. And if you've had a love reading from me, I'm not saying it about you necessarily, right? It's it's just something I see very often, and I think other tarot readers, either listening to this or in the comments, will likely agree, right? That a lot of people come for love readings because they're pinning hopes on somebody who can't love them, because people who can't love them is kind of all they've known. And that plays into the theme of addiction, because addiction is systemic as well as personal. Like, yes, there is a certain set of like predilections and innate vulnerabilities, should we say, to certain substances or activities or whatever. But then also we're in a society that puts forward certain temptations in certain ways, because that systemically benefits the unseen cogs and financial interests of that society. So in the case of, for instance, the D word, ending in S, not the other D word, that was in pile one. You've got like the people who it obviously benefits through financial means, and then you've got also like the shadow stuff where maybe there's a few people in high places, ferrying trucks of that about for political gain. And then at the very bottom of that chain, you've got the addict, right? Actually living that reality out for the financial flow towards those impositions of privilege. And it's kind of, I guess I'm drawing the analogy of like vulnerabilities en masse are a good way for people who run platforms which benefit from sustained attention to keep the attention of certain demographics of people. And within tarot, one of the demographics is people who are, I count myself in this, desperate to receive the love that they didn't get. And I think, like, if you don't go for love readings, maybe that isn't you, and maybe you're taking something else from this, right? But for many of you in this pile, that's you. And as with any other addiction, if there is like a systemic bias to prey on you in particular as a demographic, that's something that it would be really useful to be aware of, because then we can get addiction programs going for certain demographics of people in certain less privileged areas or situations or whatever. And like, I'm not suggesting I'm going to start some kind of organisation for people who've been exploited by tarot readers. But what I am saying is that knowing that along with me, you are one of those people who just wanted to be loved and maybe stayed on these platforms for hours or days at a time, trying to figure out whether somebody that those innate sort of vulnerabilities put you in the path of is ever going to change. Like that kind of like almost codependency is crucial to understanding what it is that doesn't benefit you about this. And I think if we are to gain any insight about this, I was going to say your person, firstly, how entitled is that? But I mean, I have said it in readings because it's what everyone says, right? The person you are thinking of is your person, but it's interesting language, isn't it? It becomes very possessive and weird. But your person, inverted commas, like, I think is running away as much as you are, but in a different fashion. And I think in some sense their way of running was to maybe keep you on the bench or have moments with you that made them feel as hopeful as you did, but about a different thing. And then they freak out, and then they go, oh, maybe I've made them feel hopeful about this other thing, and I shouldn't have done that, and I'm going to go now. But who's to say, right? You will know. You've had enough readings talking about this person's cycle, and feel free to share in the comments like what you think's going on, if you feel comfortable sharing to that extent. But there's something here about like, don't feel bad that you chose the junk food or the junk media, or that you were running away from this thing of like having to be your own saviour and having to care for yourself and having to nourish yourself in adulthood. Because I think they're running too, and I think that's part of why you were drawn to them. But I think they're running towards a different thing and away from a different thing. And I don't think it's actually up to you to even necessarily learn what that was. Even, like, don't get curious. I'm telling you. But like, beyond the extent to which you already do know, I don't think it's really your job, because where this ends for you is the realisation that they can't give you what you needed them to give, and it's also not their job to. And they kind of have to run away to whatever they're running to and figure out that that's just running away as well. If that makes sense. I'm hoping it does. So let's get some Minara on, like, I'm hearing Much Ado About Nothing, so Shakespeare might be a thing for some of you. But let's get a thing on what to do next. Or what to do about this. Like, what is your next step with this tarot addiction? Okay, we'll cover that, and that is the Ace of Cups. Sorry, it's a very spicy deck, so I'm having to censor as I go. Oh, that's not spicy, good. Very similar, same character actually, similar outfit, which will be relevant, and that's the Ace of Swords. And then we've got a Ten of Cups, and we'll just cover her behind. Very nice glitter in the hair there. Don't know whether you can see that. In fact, let me get closer. I don't think you can. There we go. Sorry about any glare or whatever, and sorry about these. Okay, interesting. Again, a reference to Power 1, because you've got kind of one element surrounded by two of the same element. But it's an inverse of Power 1, which is interesting as well. And then you've also got two cards at the same character and then one different. So you may have been in a kind of third party energy, but what I'm being told here is that you are the dominant energy in that. It's just that it can't work out with you either, if that tracks. So, like, of the two, I think you were the more, confirmation, you were the closer energy to having the kind of relationship with that person that you wanted, but it still wouldn't have been able to be a thing because they're not in the same suit. Do you understand? Sorry, of course you understand, but, you know, do you follow is what I guess I'm saying. These first two are very nautical as well. So there's something here about, like, emotional overwhelm and about being very enticing and emotionally giving. I think there's something here about the extent to which you gave to that connection, you can give back to yourself. And although we've got Scribe and we've got High Priestess, I don't think this is in terms of, like, take the time that you would spend on tarot readings and put it directly into tarot learnings. Or at least not for now. I think hold off on that. And I think instead it's an exchange of a much more watery type. So it's like, take the amount of time that you would have spent nourishing yourself with tarot readings that told you that this was gonna maybe happen, or that you would be rescued, and devote that to self-rescuing. And maybe a practical way to do that is to literally spend the same amount of time on YouTube, or if you were getting private readings, on spending that money instead on, like, courses or sort of mentoring or something like life coaching, but with the focus on emotionally nourishing yourself to the point where you don't need kind of anybody else's support or any practical rescuing doing. And I know that that's, like, again, I want to emphasize, I'm not saying that you're needy or that you need anyone to step in, or that you're not functional and completely, like, self-sustaining. What I am saying is that there's something here about the tarot addiction specifically that is you addressing an emotional need that remains unaddressed. So if you can find a way, a workbook maybe as well, to, like, circle back round and find out more about that and kind of address it, that might be really good. Somebody who's good in terms of both tarot and addressing codependency needs is, I think now she's tarot at the Rising Moon, but she used to be Chromecast at the Rising Moon, and she has a podcast as well. And a lot of that is about addiction and codependency. And a lot of it is about relationship, interdependency and codependency, and sort of the dynamics of relational stuff. But also, she expresses that a lot of the time through tarot, or through magical work, or through archetypal metaphor, etc. So she'd be really useful. If I don't remember, ask for the link down below. Just say something like Pearl 2, who was the woman you recommended, and I'll remember. Yeah, so it's putting the time and energy from tarot back into self. It's not saying don't consume tarot. It's saying that acknowledge that you are consuming tarot to make yourself feel like something external is coming in to help, because that's what you do deserve. But realize that what you deserve is that effort coming from you, and the idea that you don't need to be helped because you've got you. You are enough. Take all that away, what's left? Me, right? And then with this 10 of water, know that when you do that, actually the help comes in an outer way, in a love way, right? In a very literal love way. This person on this 10 of Cups card in particular has really, really long hair with glitter in it. And you'll remember I remarked on the glitter. And also my own hair, this colour, is kind of changing colour a bit depending on the lights that we've got. Both of those things are making me think of Tangled, the movie. If you were ever in a narcissistic dynamic as a child, you might find Tangled really helpful. Yes, it's a Disney adult thing, but it's still full of informational goodness. And it's very like sweet and therapeutic to watch. And it can kind of scratch that emotional itch of when you just need the idea that romantically someone can come in and kind of snap you out of it in terms of like the trauma you've experienced, right? But also Tangled is very much about like a girl who has been circumstantially cut off. She's literally Rapunzel. She's in a tower on her own, right? For her specialness, her abilities, which in this case is magic hair. Stay with me. And somebody comes in, a love interest, and accidentally finds where she's been cut off, and encourages her, undoes the gaslighting that's been done to her, literally in a Disney movie. It's about gaslighting, it's great. And kind of pulls her out of a tower in a loving way, pulls her out of isolation, pulls her out of dissociation and distraction and junk food, right? And into the wider world, so that she can experience like, oh my God, this is what it's like to feel safe with someone. And this is what the big world is like. And actually it's not full of monstrous people, and I'm not in danger all the time, and it's not terrible. And maybe I can make friends here and do great things. And through that process of her building up the confidence to be her full self and to self-nourish and to be kind of feisty in public, she develops this relationship with him that is like a perfect romantic relationship. And I won't go further than that because we'll get into spoilers, and the final act of the movie is very interesting in a lot of ways. But you know, she learns that she's not just special because she has magic hair that other people won't offer. She's special because she's part of a world that is also special, and she's a key part of that world. And there's something in that for those of you who are already diviners or practitioners as well, in that like you may feel that your specialness, either as a diviner or in terms of healing arts maybe in the future, comes from what people need from you. And like your value is thus proportionate to what you can give people who need. And then you might not feel like you have enough left to completely take care of your own emotional needs. And I think what is coming through with this being a Tangled reference is you're not valuable because you have the magic, right, that other people can take and use and heal with. You're valuable because you're part of a wider world that is also wonderful and also valuable, and regaining trust in your ability to navigate that world is going to be crucial to you being in your emotional fulfillment and happiness with someone else. if you go to the kind of flip and like harsh summary of that, maybe what I'm trying to say there, and again, it's good to watch the film because it keeps hope alive when you need it, but it's sort of like you're not going to get Flynn Rider until you are able on your own momentum to leave your tower. So again, it's like a self-love sounds so cliche, but it is like a nourishing of self, a supporting of self, a going, what is it that I feel a lack of that I think this person is fulfilling, and how can I extract them from the situation altogether and fulfill that for myself, even in terms of, you know, maybe asking other people to do certain things, but like component parts, so that I'm always sustained first, baseline, and then Flynn Rider can come in. And recognizing that you don't get one without the other, because if you don't do that, you're going to stay in your tower painting your paintings like Rapunzel, or cooking, or, you know, all these other amazing things that she does all day, and you're not going to experience the world, but you're also not going to have anyone spot you to experience you. Massive confirmation. So get out, right? Or get to a point where you feel safe enough with yourself that you can be out there. And that includes if you're already out there, if you're high functioning, if you're on the market, whatever. But like, I think if you do stay in that tower, part of your obsession all day, part of the, you know, she sings a song about all the tasks she does all day, every day to like keep her occupied. And I'm painting this, I'm doing this, and I'm cooking this, and I'm juggling, and you know, and it's like almost this obsessive, like it's like a tarot thing. It's like reading to reading to reading to reading, activity to activity, because she's obsessing over the idea that like something will change. I just can't control what that is. The point of tarot, my dude, my brother or sister in Christ, is that you are the person who makes the change in the first place, and then everything else reflects that back to you. So you have to self-nourish, or you'll be obsessing in your tower about fuckboys or people who can't give you the support you need. And you can spend a life in that tower, filling your days with activities and being gaslit either societally or by an individual about how big and scary it is outside on your own when all you've got is you. But I'm telling you, as someone who, like, I've been through some of the worst shit imaginable, I'm not exaggerating. Like, I had one relationship so bad it literally made me blind and to hallucinate for years. And I already had 2 disabilities. I've come out of some of the worst things you can think of, including like technically dying twice, which is another Buffy thing. And then I've kind of gone like, all I have is me, I've got to move. And moving as a very vulnerable physically person to a big city completely on my own with no real resources, I just been like, it's got to be better than what came before, right? I've got to learn to self-nourish. And that process of learning how to self-nourish has been arduous, yes, but also informed by what I learned from tarot before taking a break from it. So again, it's like, it's a similar thing with you. You've got to leave the tower, I think. And you've got to get to the point where you don't need to know what anybody else is thinking, because you know what you think and you know how they're behaving, and that's it. That's all you need. Because if their thinking isn't in line with their behaviour anyway, then who fucking cares? They're not up to it. So I'm sorry if that was overlong, and I'm aware that it was a lot and that I gave some very blunt intel there, and I hope it was accurate. Like, subscribe, Ding the Dong, thank you kindly if it was. And also recommend me to friends if you think I'd be their vibe. There are paid readings available down below. My sense is that you don't need a paid reading right now, because you would be tempted to make that paid reading maybe about like how external things are going to happen, when what needs to be happening with you is that you are making things happen. I have a joke with my bestie, because she just bought a hideously wonderful lime green car. She was in a crash, and she thankfully she's fine, and she had to get a new car. So she went with the most obnoxious one that we could think of. I'm so proud of her. And it's fantastic, it's wonderful, it's a total babe magnet, and it's a great car, it's hilarious. And we've always been like joking since about how the car looks like it's wearing the mask from the Jim Carrey movie. And we've been going on about how this is the year of the mask, and like referencing the Conor O'Malley mask shot, and like shouting "somebody stop me" when we do things. And part of the thing, we talk a lot about the year of the mask, right? And part of the thing with the year of the mask, the reason it's different to other years, and it's going to be even better, right? So this all happened at the turn of the year. The reason the year of the mask is better than the other years is not because the mask is lucky. It's because the mask makes you confident enough to make your own luck. So it's like you put the mask on, or you wear the year of the mask, and suddenly it's on your personal serenity to make things okay. And suddenly you're doing everything within your power instead of relying on anybody else to be in power to come forward and change anything for you. The year of the mask is good because you make it the best fucking thing it can be. She had a car crash which could have been devastating and truly traumatic and caused all kinds of financial problems and all the rest of it, and made her really afraid, right? It's a horrible experience. But she made it the year of the mask. She took that circumstance, and again, this is why I'm so proud, other than the car being terrible. And she was like, what is the best thing that I can get out of this exact set of circumstances? Well, you know what? I've always wanted a really obnoxious lime green car that I can blast Limp Bizkit out of. So, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that car instead of the sensible car with the money from the crash, and I'm going to like enjoy the fact that I'm on the road again instead of being afraid, because I've got a really obnoxious, incredible car, and everyone's going to be like passing me like, what the fuck is this, Tokyo Drift? And I'm going to wave to them. Like it's that kind of thing of like, it's not good because outer circumstance is being benefic, or it's not good in a way where you're like, oh, I need a tarot reading on how it's going to be good. It's good because you're making it yours. And you're taking absolute... I'm saying Jodorowsky in my head now and being like, you are excrement, you can turn yourself into gold. If you don't know what I mean, just forget I said it, but it's that holy mountain thing, right? It's like, the year of the mask doesn't matter what's happening out there, I'm going to make it rock, right? Somebody stop me. This is going to be fantastic. So, I invite you, dear listener, dear watcher, to make it your own year of the mask, and to maybe hold off on tarot readings in a paid sense for now, until you know that you have got that mask on and you are the absolute, like, you have control over your circumstances. Loki might also be relevant because I think it's Loki's mask, right? I don't know, I don't remember the movie very well actually, to say how much we talked about it. But that just came through very strongly. You need to know that story. You need to take it back. Whatever year you're watching this, I don't care whether it's live when it goes up or whether it's 10, 20 years into the future. It's the year of the mask for you, babes. Get on it. And enjoy it. And know that, like, everything that you've learned so far from doing a quote-unquote useless activity of absorbing these readings about someone who may or may not be a douchebag, I don't know. It's all actually not wasted time, because it's time that you spent honing in on your own psychic gifts, honing in on your intuitive sense of whether things are and feel accurate, and also realizing that certain types of people cannot meet your needs until you've met your own. And then the correct kinds of people are going to be drawn to you like a magnet, and they're going to be the kinds of people that you don't need a tarot reading on to be sure. I'm going to say a very brave thing for what the current state of my love life is, but my feeling, and we'll see if this turns out correctly, is that the kinds of people that you need tarot readings about the thoughts, feelings and next actions of are people who aren't making you feel safe. And what you get tarot readings on when you're around or in love with someone who does make you feel safe are like the fun ones, like, what will your first kiss be like? How might they propose? What is it that they like best about you? How can you best help them? those kinds of energies, it comes from a space of safe curiosity rather than from a space of worry and neglect and reaching for them. And this is particularly if you've ever found yourself in what is described as a twin flame dynamic. Like, it's still true. You might get from one to the other with a certain person, but while you're in that energy of like just going on to check, they're probably not your person yet. They might be your person, if you see what I mean, but they're not like, they're the correct recipe, but they're still in the oven. It's not time yet. Don't eat them while they're still dough. Oh, I hope any of that made sense. I don't know, I'm exhausted, I don't know about you. Please reward the channel if you got through this to this extent. And also let me know what your favourite track on drive is, what you like about the movie, what you got out of that reading, anything. Just chat to me. I'm so alone, I'm not really. I'll see you in the next one, take care. Pile 3, hello. We've had some real intense stuff so far, I think. It's been good though, liked it a lot. So, I haven't looked at your cards yet, but first we must channel from your vinyl, which was H2O, Hall & Oates. So, sorry Althea. There we go, that's the cover, and that's the other side of the cover. And on this album, we have, I believe, this is the one with Maneater, but my favourite, if I remember rightly, where are we? Yeah, so my favourite on this is Art of Heartbreak. That might be relevant by itself, not really sure. You might have come from Pearl 2. Also with the Art of Heartbreak, it makes me think of my best friend, who again was referenced in Pearl 2. Because I always, like, we've got our own little, like, semi-astrological, semi-material detective agency, and I always thought that if we were in, like, a buddy cop show where we were rolling over the fronts of cars with guns and stuff, which I think we would suit that, right, really. Sorry, if I can speak. But if we had our own buddy cop show, the opening intro for that or our detective show would be Art of Heartbreak, definitely. I know it could be Private Eye, and that's the better Hall & Oates pick, but the mood is Art of Heartbreak for it. I don't know why. So I say that because sorry, I'm like completely losing myself. Pile 2 completely discombobulated me for good reason. I mention it because I would like to know if you are familiar with Hall & Oates and their great works, what your favourite Hall & Oates song is down in the comments, or indeed which song off H2O you prefer. And if you haven't heard them, then as with all the piles, I think it would be a good idea to go and have a listen to something off this one, because there might be further like lyrical or channeling clarification for you in terms of your pile. So, instantly from like the skin covered in liquids, shall we say, on the front of this, I think you might be the pile that maybe goes for some spicy readings on occasion. Absolutely fine. I do serve those things in my shop, and we will be using a deck of that nature, although because it's YouTube I'll be covering it, right? There's also something about like seeing eye to eye with someone or better reading someone. So again, the Pile 2 references might be because you overlap with Pile 2 to some extent, but we'll see whether your situation's the same. But there's something here about like mutual understanding or decoding. If I'm really honest about this, and particularly from the way that I like couldn't word what I was trying to get at just then and felt suddenly very nervous, there's something here about like understanding other people socially in a more coherent way, or like getting around things that other people understand in a very easy fashion in an interpersonal context through getting more information from tarot. So it's distinct from Pile 2 because with Pile 2 I was feeling somebody who got a lot of love readings and maybe like wanted to investigate one specific person, more thoroughly to kind of feel more secure when the answers weren't forthcoming. With you, I feel like there's maybe something, I want to say like maybe there's an element of like neurospicy stuff or something that puts you in a position of difficulty regarding reading other people in a literal, like interpersonal, physical sense. And tarot helps you to clarify things about them that are more difficult for you specifically to pick up on. That can be like a neuro thing, and I mean I have that as a stroke survivor, right? But it's not necessarily, it's not exactly neurodivergence in the same way, right? It wouldn't be called that, but it has those qualities. But it could equally be that, like, because of your background or something about the way you grew up or who you came up together with, right? Because amazing double act here. Or even like who you did rituals with, because I know one of these had like a Thelemite phase, right? I can't remember whether it was Hall or Oates, but I know one of them did, and it made me laugh at the time. But there's something about like feeling like you're not in a position of advantage when it comes to understanding the inner workings of other people, and maybe getting tarot to look into that. And because there's an emphasis on the spicy readings from this, I think maybe for some of you, so sorry guys, I forgot to switch my alarms off on my phone, so I will do that in one moment. Yeah, I was saying, I think for some of you, there's an element of like sexuality being something of a mystery, and maybe getting spicy readings to understand it a bit better, or to understand how other people work, maybe in terms of kink, or like, I don't know whether I'm reading for a portion of you that are asexual or maybe just not experienced in that way. I should say that if you're under 18, this isn't going to be your reading or your channel, and I appreciate you being here, but you need to come back when you're a bit older, okay? For many, many reasons, and don't be offended. But there's something here about like understanding other people's inclinations in that way better through getting tarot on that. And it's not just like learning about other people's opinions, it's specifically in that spicy area. It's like, it's almost like learning how people work in that department, which makes me think that either you're inexperienced or completely not that way inclined, or you've had, and saying like a long period of celibacy, or you're looking to have one. That might be a thing as well, where you're kind of, your experience of that end of things might be something that you feel or you've picked up on is very different to other people's experience, and you're kind of taking a break from that world. And in trying to understand other people's sexuality, you've had like a bit of a tarot addiction forming, because you've been trying to figure out what other people or what a specific person thinks of in that very sort of secret way, which is maybe why I was getting private eye, even though it's not on this album, right? But they're like looking very deeply into each other's eyes. There's also, for a handful of you, this is like a same-sex attracted reading, right? Whether that's in a gay or a bi context. And there's something like that you're trying to excavate with that, or get further into through tarot, and it's just gotten out of hand. Yeah, sorry, I'm like going too far with that channel, I think, but let's get into what your cards were. All will become clear, I'm sure. Okay, ooh, interesting. Oh wow, okay. Did not expect that. So we've got victim. I don't know whether it's the light or the shadow, but that's the card. And then in our DIY messages, we've got, it's so sad here, please come back. So now that message is evolving to maybe there's someone you felt like you could mind read with, or that you saw eye to eye with in a particular way, who is now out of your life, and you're somehow using tarot to cope. I think if you were using it to try and figure out what they're thinking, you would be pile 2. it's different. It's like almost to figure out what you're feeling about it or what to do next now they're not here. This is weird. There's almost an energy of like, for some of you might have lost someone permanently, like, and I mean in a very definitive fashion. I can't explicitly say that on YouTube, but you know what I mean. And it's like trying to connect with them again. And for a handful of you, H2O is really significant in terms of that in a way that is not great. And I'm sorry if that's triggering to say, or if that's like an element of why you picked this one with like no small amount of cynical laughter or... Yeah, let's get in, because I'm covering too many people here. But it's so sad here, please come back. I feel it's you saying that. I don't feel it's someone else saying it. And then there's victim. I think victim's in the upright, isn't it in the upright? Yeah. Sorry, doing a touch thing. Let's just do that. So the light attribute of victim is it prevents you from letting yourself be victimized or victimizing others. So you're learning how other people process a certain thing that you've gone through maybe, or you're learning through tarot how to move through the loss of someone or something that you felt like you saw eye to eye with without self-victimization. And that's why it's different from pile 2, because this is almost like, I don't want to say the ascended version of pile 2, because I don't really believe that anyone's better than anyone else or further along than anyone else, but it's almost as if pile 2's energy is very like still seeking for an external answer from a person about something specific. Whereas you guys, I feel like some of the root of this is kind of, the answer is there is no answer. And you're going into tarot to like see how to process what's happened to you and what you've lost. And again, that could be a person in a literal way, but it could also just be like something or a place or whatever where you felt overwhelmingly understood. And again, with me getting my best friend, that's the case there, right? It's like you felt you had something where you didn't have to explain yourself. It was just very like eye to eye. And then that was wiped, right? And now it's out of heart, right? Now it's the heartbroken feeling. It's so sad here, please come back. But you're learning how to put the loss of that into its ascendancy. You're learning how to be like the light side of the victim archetype and not the shadow, by refusing to be victimized by anyone else. And you're doing that somehow through tarot. So whilst you identify as a tarot addict, it seems like it does you some good here, or it has. It's been part of doing you good. Whether or not the phase is over, we'll see. Okay, so we have a Queen of Pentacles, a Four of Pentacles, and a Five of Cups. Man, that doesn't half emphasize what I just said. Okay, so it's painting us a picture of a story, really, where there's this kind of like, oh, excuse me, sorry. There's someone who had a sense of abundance. I feel that this Queen of Pentacles is you. I felt that everything was kind of going right at a certain time. And as I say, whether it's a person or whether it's an environment, there was a certain aspect of this reading that you know, a certain place or thing or something that made you feel really understood in a kind of almost telepathic way. And, you know, however much bickering there was between Hall and Oates and fights for rights over the sort of interim years, etc., they were quite renowned for how well they worked together with different skill sets, right? And you can see that connection, that intensity with them. And there's something here about like maybe having had that symbiotic relationship, that kind of collaborative thing with either a person or a collective, I want to say. Where you felt very steady, you felt very abundant. It might even have brought you a great deal of physical material abundance to be in collaboration in that fashion and to be so well understood. That's it. You miss you're sad and you're saying please come back, to being understood at all. Which is like, it's almost sort of ironic that you come to me with on this, the day of my daughter's wedding, you come to me for a reading about maybe like tarot addiction, maybe. When this seems to be something you sought out as a solution to feeling like you yourself are not understood, so you've turned that into an energy of understanding others. Or you yourself have had a massive loss, so you've tried to turn that into understanding what loss and grief and victimization does and means for other people. So either the thing you originally had, or the process of trying to learn about how it affects other people to have lost as much as you have, has brought you a great deal of physical security and therefore security in other areas, because kind of when money's good, like manifestation wise, other things tend to open up with it as well, because there's a lot of Venn diagrams of other factors. It's not just because money pays for you to get in places, it's like an energetic thing of kind of one thing leads to another, which brings us to the middle card, and you know I'm going to say it. The Four of Pentacles is the magic penny. If you've ever been on this channel before, I go on and on and on about this. Love is like a magic penny, hold it tight and you won't have any, lend it, spend it and you'll have so many they roll all over the floor. Love and money are very interlinked. Abundance and how loved you feel are very interlinked. So if you've been in a position of stability in terms of how much that you felt you were understood and appreciated by other people, you have likely experienced simultaneously a patch where even if you weren't like rich, you didn't really have to worry about money or where material security was coming from. Simultaneously, sometimes when you have a massive emotional loss or a big shock in either of those areas, the other one tends to be affected too. So when we have, for example, a massive personal bereavement, it may be that our sense of stability or even capability in the work sphere is also undermined and affected. And part of getting through the grief process that is maybe less talked about is just getting your functionality back in the game, right? Equally, massive financial losses can leave us in an emotional space where we don't have the energy expenditure to give as freely to other people, or we have, for my disabled collective, fewer spoons to spare, right? So there's a kind of knock-on effect there of like losing stability might have meant that you lose connection in some interpersonal way. And I think that tarot is, in the positive, helped you to explore all of that, and again helped you to be this victim in the light energy and kind of not being, what's the shadow? So the shadow would be playing the victim, pity or inability to maintain boundaries, and the light, the transformation from that into the positive, is preventing yourself from being victimized or victimizing others. So I think you've gone on a journey with tarot of like learning how to process your own stuff sufficiently enough that even if you've experienced horrible losses, you're kind of not projecting that onto anyone else. And equally, you are safeguarded in the magical and the physical sense from other people's projections onto you. You're very boundaried, and that does enable abundance. Or you've learnt boundaries through a lack of abundance and realize that there's a connection between the two. Realize that like when your money's up and when you feel understood and appreciated is often actually where you do have these lines very succinctly and precisely drawn for those who would otherwise take advantage because of their own losses, because of their own victimizations. I think it's been a long road of learning that stuff, but I think that's part of what tarot's brought you. And Five of Cups to finish is like, again, with the bereavement and grief theme and the sort of losing a person or a circumstance where you felt very seen And I know that if this is the loss of a person, it often comes to so much more than just being seen, right? It's about so much more than that. And diminishing it to that quality is not what I'm trying to do, nor am I trying to be disrespectful to the amount and the intensity of what you've lost. It's more just that the cards are speaking very specifically on that aspect of it, if that makes sense. But with the Five of Cups energy, it's grief for something, right? And it's learning to see, through observing what has been lost and how that's affected you, what remains, or indeed what was gifted through the act of that loss, through the trajectory it put you on, i.e., if there wasn't a time where you were kind of so desperate about this that you maybe turned to tarot and to tarot readers, you might not have the level of insight that you've gained now in terms of how to move through grief and process it enough to, I want to say, either help other people or turn your own cycles into a positive thing. The magic penny Four of Pentacles thing is often someone who's very like, it can either be a miser, like a Scrooge, somebody who's like very, very thrifty, to put it politely, or it can be someone who is emotionally not very forthcoming as a learned patterning, right, as a response to exterior circumstance. And often one again is tied to the other and vice versa. But my feeling seeing these in sequence is that you went from a position of earned privilege, shall we say, via a relationship, a career, a group of friends, a circumstance of some kind, I'm reading for a lot of people, that left you feeling very understood and very abundant and very like fulfilled creatively, I want to say. Again, it can be a magical lodge because of the Thelmite stuff, don't know. And then suddenly losing that, suddenly being knocked off that, like very, very quickly, almost overnight, and being withholding with the very aspect that you used to be the most giving of. So if this is like the loss of a parent or a partner or, a person of some kind, and you were very loving towards that person, or you used to try very hard for them in a particular sphere that's coming through, then this is suddenly doing the opposite. Like, I'm not going to express love to people because it's not safe. I'm not going to try in that area because that person's not looking anymore. Spirit's going for someone, daddy's not watching. So it's like all of that sort of goes to shit temporarily, which is like forgivable, by the way. If I'm reading for one person in particular, I know who you are, and it's okay, right? It's trauma. But yeah, and if it's more kind of an emotional or a physical thing, it would be, I used to give a lot of my time and my energy and my money, maybe even like my household, my space, my resources. And suddenly overnight, these changes mean, actually, my doors are closed to all of you. You can't borrow this, you can't have this money. I'm keeping everything for me now. It's just a boundary I'm setting. Sorry, goodbye. And that may have had interpersonal repercussions. I mean, it would, because people can kind of no longer benefit from that. And that's not necessarily in a transactional way or a way where those people are taking advantage, but it does also mean that they learn not to use you as a resource for good or for ill in terms of your reputation, right? So moving through that, then we come to the point of acknowledging grief and maybe even getting readings on grief and on spiritual cycles of moving past the point where you need something, which is again how you continue from pile 2 and elaborate on it and become kind of deeper. And I think in doing that, you've acknowledged where you turn the tap off of the particular thing that you were once able to provide, because you suddenly had the terror that that thing wouldn't ever be provided for you again, which is a completely viable response. But I think maybe tarot eased some of that terror, or even on a more kind of conscious level than that, it helped you to understand that that was a tap you were turning on and off, and that you can turn it on partially again and have like a little bit less of a flow of water, but it's still flowing until you feel safe to have it on full tilt, right? Until, like, you don't need to be suddenly gushing resources out to everything, and you don't need to suddenly be pouring your cup on everybody and offering everything all the time. But there is an off, and then there is a slightly on. Okay, yeah, I'm ready for a bit more now, and I'm ready for a bit more. And I feel like you've almost become like a bigger part of a community, because you've come to a place of wisdom about that, which, like I say, has transcended this victim energy through getting the readings that you've gotten. So I don't know whether, like, for this pal, you might be the first ones who I get a vibe of maybe coming to one person in particular on the regular to kind of work through stuff, almost in like a therapy dynamic, but through tarot, which is quite often what we do, right? Particularly if you go for paid readings with one person again and again, they get to know you. There is almost that psychotherapeutic dynamic without some of the patriarchal systemic things, but also without the benefit of medicine. So it's, you know, swings and roundabouts, isn't it? But I do feel like there's maybe a close mentoring relationship with someone who isn't this person, right? Who isn't necessarily someone who sees exactly into your soul or doesn't have the information to, but who perhaps is helpful anyway, and is helpful to getting to know you in a more objective fashion, so as to help you to transcend this kind of energy. Which, like, yeah, fair enough. And there's 2 Pentacles cards, so maybe the concern, if this was more of a one-on-one relationship, maybe the thing is like, am I pouring too much money into this? Or if it's that you go to a particular reader online really, really regularly and you never pay them for it, and they do offer, you know, a donation button or a shop or something like that. Shop link down below if it's me. I have to say it, sorry. But, you know, maybe in the opposite interpretation, because this is for a large number of people, there is the sense of like, well, should I be reciprocating with this person in some way, whether that's in an emotional fashion, or in like a literally paying someone for their services for the first time. For some of you, I'm hearing both, because this is like maybe a relationship with a friend where they also offer tarot confirmation. But that will only be a small number of you, and this is a general reading. Large audience, you heard the intro. Okay. So that sounds very beneficial, I think. That sounds like you're coming to tarot from a good place and you're using it for very kind of good and positive things. So I'm not really sure why it's so much of an addiction, or why it's... Because addiction is a word that's very problematic, right? It implies something that needs to be stopped, or something that's spiraling out of control a little bit. So your next 3 will tell us why it's maybe not so beneficial for you. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, yeah. I think one of you is someone I know. We have a 2 of Wands in the upright. We have a Queen of Wands in the reverse and a Knight of Wands in reverse. And it looks together like that. Let's wait for the lighting to change a little bit so you can actually see it. It's not going to change fast enough, I don't think. Not going to change fast enough might be relevant. Maybe you feel like you're not changing fast enough for another person, or maybe you feel like the climate of tarot is not changing fast enough for you to keep up with it, or it's changing too fast and you're not. Yeah, maybe you feel like algorithmically, and in terms of our benefic corporate overlords, the slot machine mechanism of this and the kind of constant proliferation of information is almost like there's too much about tarot for you to like fully learn stuff, or for you to get the precise answers that you need without maybe making that payment to an individual for like a more specific reading. I'm hearing that Alan Moore quote paraphrased in my head, and I mentioned it on the channel before, but he made a prediction, I think in the mid-90s, that at some point there will be more information in the world than there is cognitive human capability to process the amount of information that there is. Simply the amount of data outside of us will exceed our capacity to process data inside. And that means that one of the most important arts in the upcoming years, turn of the millennium to now, is going to be curation and selectivity. And maybe, even without going into these, there is a concern from your end that this could become really addictive and spiral out of control, because you can't fully curate the information that you're getting to be as precise as you would want it to be, because there's just too much of it out there. There's so many readers, there's so many different things coming in, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be just tarot, because I'm getting an energy of someone who maybe consumes, I'm hearing Jimbo content, but I know what I mean, like the end of self-help that intersects with male podcasting, kind of. And that's not necessarily shade, because some of that I consume as well, but stuff on how to improve your life using very structured, logical means that are very kind of masculine energy stuff. These things don't necessarily touch on the deep work, but they're very good for strategizing and for reshuffling executive function tasks so that you can be very high functioning and beneficial to all involved. It's that kind of an energy. It's like taking the body and the schedule to Ubermensch levels, but not necessarily addressing the other bit. And then I'm hearing that for some of you, tarot addresses the other side of it, the more emotional, the more unpredictable, the more interpersonal side of things. But altogether, there is a content consumption addiction spanning both of those worlds, if that makes sense, both polarities, if you like, if they are even, I don't really think they're opposite ends of the spectrum necessarily. Yeah. Okay. Firstly, there is a sexual reading to this as well, and that's important because of what we channeled, but I will say first that we've got a planning card, and then we've got a not doing, or a doing in reverse. So we've got the idea that tarot and wider sort of internet content is helping you to feel like you always have a plan and a strategy, but whether or not that translates, confirmation hiccups, whether or not that translates into real life action, it's sort of the problem, right? I think you're getting a lot of instructional intel, and it makes you feel very well informed. Good luck with that when it's time to apply it, right? Because sometimes we can feel very informed, but we haven't quite gone out of the comfort zone to put these things into practice in the way that we most need to. Or we kind of know where we need to apply our energies, but maybe we enjoy feeling informed rather than beginning that uncomfortable process of application. The irony is the phrase I'm hearing is "eat that frog," and I suspect the group I'm talking to may well have read that book. Did you eat the frog? Did you? Bollocks. Again, not shade, not, I'm with you, I've done the same. But I think maybe you enjoy maybe more structured readings, or maybe content that tells you it would be really good to put this first and do things in this order, and this would be very good in terms of how to structure your healing and the healing of others, and getting out of this place of loss and place of victimhood, and kind of making your life the best you can possibly make it from these origins of genuine adversity, right? And you're yes, I agree, yeah, I'm going to do that. Click off, go to bed. Do you remember to do it? Maybe it crosses your mind. Do you do it? I don't think you'd be here if you did. Because I think anyone, I mean, I'm not being very nice to tarot readers through this whole thing, considering I am one, But anyone who has time for what they feel to be a disproportionate amount of tarot in their life, in whatever format, has a large amount of time that they're not spending fixing their life or applying themselves to other things. The irony is, because of the sort of music this is, I'm actually getting that you're a very like go-gettery kind of an energy. Like you may be quite a physical person. You may be like quite high functioning and a doer, right? You have a reputation for getting things done. But my feeling is that, like with tarot, it's your place you go when you want to feel like you've gotten it done without actually doing it. And that is particularly crucial when we consume tarot to address emotional developmental stuff and how other people are responding to each other without involving ourselves in that response in a direct, unpredictable, sort of practically social way. So like, I'm even getting, for some of you, you might have acquired a level of social anxiety or romantic anxiety or sexual anxiety because of some of the feedback you were getting or because of the losses you've had. And like, tarot is a way for you to pretend like you've put yourself out there in that area because you know what to do when you're going to do it. You just haven't yet. But you're going to have to at some point. Otherwise, you're just going to keep getting the same readings. And there's an element of that to both pile 1 and pile 2. It's like, how many times do you want this information before you kind of apply it, right? I think, massive confirmation, I think for you, I don't want to slate the other piles because I kind of see myself more in them, but for you, maybe you're the most likely to practically and structurally apply what you gain from tarot. But I think that sometimes the tarot gives you an excuse to feel like you've applied it without applying it because of what you've heard. And interpersonally, that's really risky because chances pass by and boundaries remain undrawn. And I speak from incredibly personal experience when I say that if you're not clear with people, the offshoot effects of that for others, maybe even people you don't know, can be catastrophic. In fact, one of my main disabilities comes from an attack from someone I barely knew because someone that we shared in our lives hadn't drawn boundaries. Because he was going to one day. He was going to break it to her one day, right? And I think, I don't want to be alarmist when I say that, but I'm using it as a very personal example to illustrate that there is a reason to be practical about this as well as just strategic. For some of you, and it's going to be a small number, but for some of you, you've reached this pile because, you know, maybe the lodge stuff hits or whatever, but you are an armchair magician. And tarot enables you to continue to be an armchair magician, particularly because you're not performing those readings yourself necessarily. You're learning them from someone else, which means that even though you might have the capacity for divination, you're outsourcing your own abilities to someone else. I don't think I need to tell you the energetic consequence of doing that on the regular for a period of years or decades. And if you're doing that in some instances to avoid either magical work or the practical work required for magic to work, then I'm here to break it to you that like that's more in this victim shadow energy than you want to be. And if you want to really be effective in helping victims and in helping others to feel less sad because of the kinds of experiences you've had, in whatever area, it doesn't have to be that you're directly a magical healer. But if you want to be like useful, you can't keep stalling your own development by listening to developmental instruction from without. Sorry. I know that's harsh. I felt it as I said it. I was like, oh, do I want to be this much of a bitch? Oh, but I'm not being a bitch. I'm telling you the truth, and you need to hear it, and that's why you go to tarot, really, right? Is to hear the truth. But and I do think you're doing well. I don't think you need to beat yourself up about like maybe some aspects of your life being a bit sort of low-key on pause. I think it's more that like you are so, I'd say, proficient in other areas that it's almost sad that you're not applying yourself in whatever it is that you're avoiding, right? Whether that be actually having the conversation that you're getting readings about, or actually doing the work on self that the readings are gesturing to, or actually doing the magical work that you know you could be doing but you just want one more reading about it first, or actually taking the opportunity in your career rather than, you know, I don't know why I drifted into Donald Trump cadence then. I don't know what that's about. I'm terribly sorry. I don't want to trigger anyone. Jeez. Maybe that's something actually, maybe the channel thing I'm getting about that is like, greatest country in the world, greatest magician in the world, we've had the greatest record of being an asshole in the world, our military is the greatest anyone's ever seen. You know, like, no flies on me, no files. And it's almost like there's that kind of like spirit is gently prodding you and saying like, listen, you have come a long way, but don't do that, right? And don't be like, I'm the greatest and there's just nothing else happening here, because you're fooling nobody, because there's something that does need addressing. And I think the bad aspect of this tarot addiction is that you know, as well as I do, that there are flies on your shit actually. And maybe you do need to address some things in that house of a certain colour, to put it mildly. I'm not trying to imply with that you're egoic, but I am saying that maybe tarot sometimes can be a very self-congratulatory process because it gives us the illusion of having travelled through something when we are actually foretelling it. And it, you know, that is the man I was just imitating there, is a degrading and entirely toxic human, and I don't think you're either. But I do think that he has an elevated view of what he's achieved proportionate to what we're witnessing, and that might hold weight for you also. In that, like, your achievements in some senses are great. His achievements in some senses have been quite impressive, depending on who you're asking and how messed up they are, right? He's got a lot done. But has he got a lot done in the correct direction? Well, and has he got a lot done in the areas that the people asked him to do it in? Or in the areas that, like, on the whole, people want improved? Not so much. He just more sort of achieved for himself and his besties, right? And the world pays the toll of that consequentially. And in the same way, there is a much more micro warning in this that, like, you know that there are things that you could mend right now or deal with in a more direct fashion, even if it's just like your own pleasure, right? But there's something that you're needing to address, and you know what it is, you know. And that has a butterfly effect. That has an effect on other people. That has consequence in the real world. Because you are too knowledgeable to be avoidant in that way. Sorry. You've now hit the level of importance to others where you can't afford to be slacking and telling yourself how much you've achieved in that sense, how great you are, magically, physically, sexually, interpersonally, whatever, right? With Queen of Wands and Knight of Wands in reverse, it's almost like if you don't address that, if you're always stuck in the planning stage, because you plan very well, you do plan, best planning in the world, you know, like, I should probably do an American accent when I do that, you know what I mean, like, you do plan well, but you do even better, right, if you just actually execute on plan. And in not doing, you're going to feel unfulfilled. These two in the upright are very spicy. They're also a pair with each other. They're very complementary to each other, right? I mean, it would be better if it was a king, but a Knight of Wands and a Queen of Wands is still like, I'm sure she would, right? Particularly the Queen of Wands would. But there's a kind of, like, this could be a very creatively flourishing, happy, opportunistic's the wrong word, but Jupiterian, abundant time. And instead, we're planning so hard and we're listening to tarot so much that we're kind of not living it. There's a very specific message coming out of that for some people, and this is making me shuffle around because it's me too. Whoops. You are maybe living in like a city that you might not always live in, or you are around people that you might not know forever, or you are having an opportunity right now that may not be on the cards indefinitely, and you came to it, you sourced those people, you moved to that location to take advantage of a particular set of things. Now is your window, and tarot is the thing detracting from that window and telling you that when you do it tomorrow, you'll do a really good job, but tomorrow never comes. And tomorrow is kind of your last chance before you move away again, or you have those people move out of your life, or that job goes to someone else, or whatever it is, right? With these two and that, there's a deference of the present to the future through tarot. And I don't, in my experience of reading, and indeed of divination more widely, because I'm studying for a DF Astral S, I don't take a deterministic view of what divination does, even while I embrace the label of fortune telling. I don't think that potentials for future outcomes are set in stone in any way. And I think that part of the art of divination is to empower the recipient to choose which potentials they want to go with. But there is a warning with this, that in surveying all of those potentials with this kind of planning card, it's almost like a Seven of Cups energy of like being so delighted with Burns' hands that, you know, of the cornucopia on show of what you could achieve or what you could have or the partner you could choose, that the window of opportunity for the thing that would actually fulfill you is closing. And you're listening to tarot instead of addressing it. Don't click off. Listen to me. Don't click off. Please. I need the numbers. Like, subscribe, do the dog. Okay, now to get to, because we've sort of gone, maybe you're looking into spicier readings, and maybe that's like, maybe to take the edge off all this inner work you're doing, or maybe to understand people a little bit better so that you can come out of an energy of sexual victimization around the way you used to behave in that field and move into an energy of benefiting and helping other people through the way that you relate to sexuality instead of harming. That's for some of you. But with Queen of Wands and Knight of Wands in the reverse, tarot is a way of you vicariously feeling like you've had the interpersonal and sexual connections that you would want to have without having to do the hard work involved in experiencing them. There's a dissociative and disinvolved, is that a word? Uninvolved aspect to this, in terms of knowing that you wanted to come to learn about the way other people or another person function in that sense, to get a better idea of how to address your differences or how to approach the offer of a relationship of that nature or whatever it is. But there's almost like, again, it's the information overwhelm. It's like there's so many options of how to approach that in going to learn about maybe what you'll do in that regard, you're not doing it. And again, the window is closing, right? And that's not, I'm not at all putting any pressure on anybody who asexually identifies, is happy with celibacy, has been in celibacy and wants to come out but doesn't feel ready yet. Any of that, you need to go at your own pace. That is absolutely paramount. Consent is important on this channel, right? But what I am saying is that, like, I think you have enough information now, and it's just a case of feeling ready in yourself. And you're acknowledging that, and you're calling it tarot addiction. But I don't think it's tarot's fault. I think it's that you're using tarot to not do the thing. Whereas I actually think that the previous two piles, and we'll see with the next pile, but you know, there was a problem with addiction there. There was a genuine vulnerability to the algorithmic structure and systemic slot machine of how we experience tarot now, right? Playing out for different reasons in those piles. With you, I don't know whether you're like vulnerable to too much tarot or the wrong kinds of tarot or the things described in previous piles. I think you're very good at curation actually, but you're not doing it. And you're very good at action once you've researched, confirmation, and gathered all the information that you need to. Well, you've done the research thing and you're not acting. And maybe that fear to act is because of what you've lost at some level. Even if the thing you've lost and the thing you want to act on are not necessarily overtly related, I think there's some thinking to be done there, because I think they are related. I think it's very direct. So what do you do next? Let's consult the Manara. This is a spicy deck, so I will be covering some bits. Sorry if I said that already. Time is marching on and I'm slowly losing the will to... I won't say that. Oh, okay. There's something here about something isn't what you thought it was. Or something isn't what it seemed. That's confirmation for some of you. Because one of the cards wanted to come out and it actually wasn't that one. It was one hiding in that same situation. And again, I feel like I'm speaking to at least one of you. That one's for me. Yeah, figured. Alright, so we've got the stars, which is the equivalent of the star. Sorry if that's difficult to see. It's essentially a topless woman looking on stars and kind of swirly, very MGM looking things. Then we've got the priestess with this nun giving a picture. A very good analysis of the female body. And then we've got this knave of fire, which is actually safe for work. And I think is that a surgeon? It always makes me think of a surgeon, kind of leaving the scene of the crime. No, I shouldn't say that. I've had very beneficial surgeries. Okay. The first thing I want to say with this priestess is that there's something about pictures exchanged in a sexual way, playing into something somewhere. So it's either that you're thinking about a person you've done that with, or like you're wondering about doing that, or there's something about being seen parasocially by a reader that makes you feel like you're exposing your vulnerabilities in a particular way. But you've got to remember that unless you're getting that private reading and it's a conversational reading, not a recorded one, or not pre-recorded, should I say, there isn't that two-way thing. There's maybe you doing what people do in my shop, where you give like some details about your situation before we go in and explore it further, to the extent that you're comfortable and that you feel all right doing that. but it's still, after that process, it's me and spirit delivering, right? It's not you at table with another person having a conversation. So unless you have the kinds of paid readings where you're sat with an individual, something that's coming through here is that the illusion of being seen and understood by them is not fully what it is. And part of the risk in this, what you're calling a tarot addiction, is that there is an element of parasociality where you feel like you have a connection with different readers, but actually they can't see you, they can't see your development, they don't know that you're interested in the same things, or that you're benefiting from those reads. And that again ties into the do you want to pay them thing, right? But particularly there's something here about that equal exchange. For some of you where you feel a connection to certain online readers that you use regularly, if you're not in a position to pay them now, or you don't want that one-way reading process, there's something here about like tarot would be more beneficial for you if you were to sit at a table with someone and do a reading where you can continually ask questions or express opinions. And I know that because of cold reading, people are a bit more hesitant about that, and pile one might be for you as well, because I mentioned cold reading to a bigger extent there. But I do think it's a more like, if you're approaching tarot a bit more like mentoring, say, or a bit more like the aforementioned psychotherapeutic dynamic, I do think having a reading in person across a table, or indeed a bedspread for one of you watching, is sometimes a more beneficial experience, because you're not getting the illusion that someone at a distance understands you, however talented they are and how much they do, right? And I feel I understand my clients that I read for at a distance, so I'm not diminishing that. But, you know, certainly with online reads, it's easy for someone, for example, with a fan following, to project a feeling to their subscribers, etc., that those subscribers are mutually understood, and that's part of the skill of the reader and the efficacy of their mission in the world, right? It's fantastic when it happens, but as a audience for that reading, you kind of have to understand that doesn't mean that as an individual they fully understand. It's like seeing a celebrity in the wild, right? Just because you know that they interview really well and they're really witty and personable and whatever, it doesn't mean that if you go up to them in Waitrose, I say Waitrose because I'm like, they wouldn't shop where I shop, I need to say Waitrose. You know, if you go up to them in a supermarket, if they happen to be in whatever, or on the street somewhere, it doesn't mean that they're going to act like that to you, right? Because they don't know you, bro. I really are saying that as well, because for some of you that get readings from me, I do feel like I do know you a little bit, and I respect you a lot. But there is something about this particular pile where it's like you need to know either that they don't fully know you and that's, you know, you need to detach and do the work at your end and come back to it, or that at the moment the kinds of readings you require are ones where you can express yourself and ask questions, and someone conversely can enter into that dynamic where they're able to challenge you because of the questions you're asking, or they're able to hone in on stuff that you might not see at the root of that question and get really into the nitty-gritty with the reading. Going back to the overall interpretation of what to do next, right? Heal, right? We've got the star. So carry on with this healing journey. It's very much been smiled upon what you're doing by spirit or whatever you believe in, even if that's like an internal thing. It is advantageous to keep doing this. It is beneficial. It is, in a broad sense, to everybody, very beneficial that you continue to heal and seek out new ways to understand others and to help heal both your inner sense of loss and sense of victimization and anyone outside of you who feels lost and feels victimized and whatever. It is good to keep the boundaries that you've set and also be a resource to the extent that you feel okay with it. Remember that tap. And keep in that process of like not moderating yourself, but understanding the extent to which you can give in any moment and keeping things proportionate, right? Particularly if other people rely on you because of how abundant you were or how materially abundant you may be. But in that healing journey, realize that this is it has been a one-way process so far, and that takes that form of what I just said about like the parasociality of tarot, but it also applies in terms of like how much of the work are you practically doing. My apologies, mate. In keeping with the theme of the reading more kind of generally, my phone was at informational capacity there. So you might also indeed be at informational capacity as discussed, right? I believe I was talking about the proportion between you receiving the information and you doing the work, and also about the relationship with you and other readers. So that leads us through into the third kind of what do you do card. I think also you walk out of situations that are a little bit too hot and spicy for you, or you remain the cool and calm thing in those situations, because we've got this massive colour difference. And it's interesting that I initially thought this guy was a surgeon and that he's falling on the reverse Knight of Wands, as in not that carried away kind of Aryan energy that's very much in the climate right now. In every sense, you know, the fires, the people, all of it. And hopefully not any worse by the time that I'm uploading this, but I'm filming on the 14th, so yeah. I think, like, as we sort of discussed there as well, there's a need to keep the coolness that you've learned to, what's the word? You've learned to cultivate in yourself. And really, like, me walking off there and taking a break and kind of taking some of the files off the camera and then starting and setting up again gave me a minute to cool down when I didn't even really know I needed a break. And I think that might be something you're kind of experiencing, where, excuse you, did you hear that bike? Maybe you're a cyclist or a motorcyclist and you need to get on your bike, or maybe your name is James and you just need to get on your bike and go. Sorry, Twin Peaks reference. I think there is a need for you to take a pause, remove yourself from hot button issues, or keep the calm that you've learned within self in order to not become the victim in a situation, and utilize the knowledge that you've already gained. Because I think originally this was all about gaining knowledge for you, which is odd because your record is so like buoyant, you know, it's such a cheerful kind of breezy one. Even though some of the topics in it are not, the music is very light, right? It's a sort of, I don't know, it's that Huey Lewis kind of era where it's just all very, but I think almost that's that spirit reassuring you that, like, you have got it covered. You can be very, like, yacht rocky about things. Because the predominant energy in your life actually is very chill, and it was before this, and it can be again after. But it's a case of taking what you've learned and applying it. The informational exercise, the exercise of being at school with tarot and finding out more about how to relate to others is kind of done. And we're now in the season of applying that knowledge. And it doesn't mean that you would never go back into tarot. And indeed, in your case, as I say, I don't think tarot is necessarily like a dangerous thing. I think the way that you unconsciously used tarot before this reading might have been a bit of a, like, not dissociation, but a sort of way of making intellectually valid excuses for not taking material action where things that you've learnt about that are challenging are concerned, right? And again, that sentence kind of sums up the reading, really. But I think in terms of it's so sad here, please come back, I think you know that that whatever it is that you're missing, the losses that you've had, are not coming back, but you're kind of slowly learning how life might be as good in a different way. And certainly like if it's a bereavement thing, I know that's an incredibly painful thing to swallow or grapple with. And I'm not diminishing any suffering by suggesting the continuation, the carrying on. But I kind of think you know that, because I think if it is that, you've almost like done enough grief work, whether consciously or in an absorption sense, that you understand. And you kind of know that your job now is to live. But it's just getting over that hurdle of it. And what I want to say is you are equipped, you are capable. You have now accumulated enough knowledge in terms of spiritual development, in terms of the ways that other people work, in terms of the circumstances around you, and maybe indeed the space weather, where you can go out there and make bold moves. It's not like you have to wait any longer. And indeed, the life that you hope to restore yourself to might be waiting for you, but you've got to live it first. So use tarot, but use it where you genuinely need it or want it for fun, and not where it feels like I've just got to have this one more tarot reading and then I'll be ready, because life is happening now. I hope that was helpful. If it was, please like, subscribe, ding the don, thank you kindly. Private readings are down below, but again, I think for you the next step actually would be to book an in-person reading with someone. If that's me, as in if you're in the London or Greater London area, or you can travel to same sort of within a relatively short notice, and you want to have a publicly a reading in a public place, if you like, but go really in depth with stuff and have that back and forth, I do that. The best way to organise that if you don't know me is to go to the Etsy shop link down below, message me on there and say, hey, I'd like an in-person reading, how do they work? Maybe even say, I was part of Pile 3 in this read and I think you're right, and we'll go from there and we'll sort something out that suits both of us, essentially. But if it's not me, then I hope that whenever you do come back to tarot, having lived a little, having sorted out a few of the things that were hypothetical before, and having applied all of this knowledge and recovery that you've done so well in, I hope that you would return to the channel and enjoy it and get something out of me being here too. Alright, take care. Alright, pile 4. If I look a little bit different, it's because my sofa, which I've had for probably a full Saturn cycle, has just broken on me. So what you see, probably because I had too many people over the last time, is me sat sort of half on the sofa, half on the floor. It's been a very long day. You might notice also that my house is currently dark. I've been recording for a long time. I've done all the piles in a row. Please book with me if you if you want to repair my broken sofa. I'm so annoyed. To be fair, I can use the cushions still, and I watch my cinema screen behind me from the bed anyway, and it's basically a wall, so it's kind of no harm done. But I will have to find a different reading spot for this spring. There may be a message in that for you, because there usually is with these major mishap type things. I think firstly there could be a sense of things falling through for you if this is your pile, or things coming apart in a way that it's maybe the tarot addiction thing is a way of deferring stuff that you know that you need to do, which each pile is an echo of the last for these, so that does relate to pile 3, but I think you're in the right spot anyway. There's also I had a weird moment of shame where I was is it me? Have I put on weight? And I even measured and I haven't. It's literally the furniture is really, really old and was cheaply made anyway. I'm still miffed, but yeah. So yeah, there's something about that. Maybe you've been struggling with body weight stuff, as I have, sort of recovering from stroke and losing that weight, and you might see in other piles that I'm, not quite where I would want to be, but I'm making a lot of progress for someone who can't join a gym, for example. So there could be something there, but indeed, because the sofa thing I know rationally is not my fault, it might be that actually that shame that you have around something, whether it's physical or non-physical, is kind of out of your hands. And obviously we're dealing with the topic of addiction, so there is the shame involved about things that we are not always in full control of anyway. So I want you to enter this reading with self-compassion as I speak to you like a goblin from the floor. And so the band play on, right? So you you picked In the Aeroplane Over the Sea by Neutral Milk Hotel, banger of an album. This is what it looks like on the back. So one of the channels for this was that, as I said at the beginning, it's a little bit grubby because it was at my ex's house for a long time. More accurately, I lent it to my ex because he was a music producer and I thought he'd find it interesting because it's not really his, he was more of a metal guy, right? But I was like, no, you need to listen to some of the production on this because there's cool things happening. And he didn't really vibe with it, but understood what I meant. And went, you know who would vibe with it is my really, really high friend. So he lent it to his really, really high, not very clean friend who kept it for a good long time in an absolutely filthy flat where he smoked all the time. And as a result, I think the vinyl is damaged. I need to test it out again, but certainly the packaging is not what it used to be. And I am kind of a snob about shit like that. So there might be a thing within that for you of offering some people close to you like the utility of your specialization in some way, or offering like your interest to someone as like a, hey, I think you'd be really into this, and having your resources or your energy or something about you sort of damaged or misused as a thing of that. So like oddly, one of the things coming from this, again, because you linked to the last pile as well, is that if you are a tarot reader, you might suffer from tarot addiction, but you might also feel that some of the people who come to you for readings are tarot addicted, right? They're using these resources in a capacity which was not like beneficial for the medium, if you like. It's a stretch, but that's what I'm getting from that gunk on the cover of my beautiful, beautiful album, which needs replacing probably. I have so much anger about the fact that he gave it away without my say-so that I haven't yet checked whether it does fully work. But in a day where my sofa doesn't, and my protections are up and everything's kind of good in every other way, I feel maybe I shouldn't check tonight, right? My favourite song on this is O Comely. Tell me yours down in the comments if you have heard it. If you haven't heard the album, I recommend listening to the album you chose or a song off it at random, just to kind of maybe get any additional lyrical messages that might help you on your travels. But the bit that stuck out to me from O Comely, I mean, it's any of these topics may resonate. It's a bit about Anne Frank, it's a bit about reincarnation, it's a bit about sexual trauma and kind of living after that, and maybe like hypersexuality as a result of trauma. So those things may hit, and I know at least one of you that was definitely in pile 3 would relate to some of those areas, right? But I think, yeah, the line was chasing the only memories you thought you had left, right? So there is a scarcity mindset, perhaps bringing you to tarot, because there's some aspect of tarot that helps you to relive something which you feel you won't get more of. Does that make sense? Like, or you're afraid you won't get more of it. So maybe, so part of what inspired this reading was a reader that I honestly don't even remember his name, and if I do remember it, I'll put it in the comments, but he came up at random on my thing. He's not someone I usually deal with. And part of his channel message, which was like, some was useful, some was not for me, was that he's been noticing that like there's a past sort of reading and there's a present and future sort of reading, as in we're shifting between an old cycle and a new cycle in a bigger sense than just personal transition and change, which is obviously what some people come to tarot for anyway. And this sort of aligns with other readers that I follow that are talking more in magical terms about the transference of us from the age of one thing to like the age of Aquarius, or indeed from one thelemic aeon to the next thelemic aeon, or something kind of using those languages, which in the end, you know, they're very nuanced in their pointing, but they kind of point to a similar thing, right? So there's a sense of like the past versus the present future. And I would agree with that, but I would also say that for someone who identifies as being tarot addicted or consuming too much of it, there are some kinds of readings that keep you in future possibility. And they're very comforting, they're very entertaining, because you don't really have to deal with the present or reckon with the past. Then there are very present day readings, like what's going to happen in the next 48 hours type stuff, where you're dealing with the current moment, and you kind of, again, you don't have to think about the past trauma, but you also don't have to speculate too far into the future, because that might be quite scary from where you are. Then you've got readings that delve into, and this is often like past person type stuff, but they delve into actions or things that happen to you up until a certain point. And I would argue that they're readings firmly rooted in the past. And for me, for this pile, I think you're more into that because of the chasing the only memories you thought you had left line. Whether or not you identify with that line or that song or whatever, it's coming from this. And also just generally the album, there's a lot of like World War II stuff, there's a lot of language about the past to describe the present in a melancholy way, and it's interesting and like musically evocative, but in a tarot context that would be readings that don't necessarily give you stuff in the present to act on or stuff in the future to speculate upon in a hopeful way, but instead dissect the past to the extent that it can be further understood and maybe trauma can be lifted. And I would argue that's the case with this kind of an album. No matter how lightheartedly you listen to it, because I mean, for some of you, you're just Parks and Rec fans, right? Parks and Rec fans even. And it's like it's a pleasant album to listen to, or it's like your style of music if you're very lo-fi. That might be the appeal, but the message underlying it is still one of reckoning with traumatic experience. And I remember a friend, or a more than friend, that I used to have a bit of a like thing with, that he really didn't like this album, and he was much more of a, oh god, what are they called that did the glow? Brain, come on. I'll put it over the screen right now. The microphones, bloody hell. Sorry, it's very late and my sofa's broken. He was a microphones guy, and his argument for that was that like, okay, like I get what Neutral Milk Hotel are doing, but they're not really doing it from a place of earnest grief. They're just kind of almost like trauma corn for the lead singer to kind of satisfy himself, right? I can't remember the guy's name, Stephen something. Whereas with a band that are sort of sometimes similar crowd, like the Microphones, releasing an album like The Glow, it's very much based on someone's direct experience with bereavement, and that's why it's all the more kind of saturated with meaning, if you like. I don't agree with him on that. I think I like them almost equally in very different ways. I do prefer The Glow, but you know, it's I don't think it's entirely fair to compare them in that way. But in terms of looking at your relationship to tarot, I would position The Glow as like pile 3, right? Even though they didn't get that album. And I would put you as more of this, which is, again, he saw it as like, it's not a direct traumatic experience being translated into music, it's just posturing, which I don't agree with. I think that this is using the language of a broader trauma as a metaphor for understanding something within the self. And I don't think that's less valid. The reason I say all this is that I think that you use tarot as a broader archetypal language to understand things that you wouldn't be able to get at or dissect within the self, that might be acutely trauma related or provocative if you were to poke at them in a straightforward way, a la the glow and the microphones, and are more comfortable to speak about from almost like a position of nostalgia. So if there's a particular situation that you keep returning to tarot to dissect, whatever the nature of that situation, I suspect it is a kind of microcosm of a larger macrocosmic thing that you want to explore further but feel that you almost can't. Or the reverse, I think it might be a macrocosmic archetypal iteration of something which on the microcosmic level is solvable but too painful to solve right now. Yeah? Because all addiction's kind of about trauma, and with me having my traumatic sofa experience and thinking about the context of those albums always with each other now because of that person being burned into my brain, like I think that's a distinction for you that's important. And I think looking at past tense tarot in that 3 tarot model is going to be really useful for understanding why it is that you find it particularly addictive. Yeah? So let's actually look into your cards, shall we? Having now explored that stuff, let's not confuse those. Okay, so your archetype, wounded child. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. Should we see if this is light or shadow based on the cards, or is it light or shadow? Light. Good. Good. Awakens compassion and desire to serve other wounded children. Again, you'll relate to the previous pile. Opens the learning path of forgiveness. I would get closer, but I'm on the floor. I'll be what you need, I swear to you. I think that's a promise from tarot to you in a weird way. I think it's like almost the reassurance of readers. Like, don't worry babes, we've got you. And I use the word babes and I don't always, well, I rarely use that word. So like there could be someone that you follow in the tarot community who uses the word babes, or like refers to people in an affectionate kind of very girly, like almost performatively sweet way. And that might indeed be something that the wounded child within you responds to very well, right? That like, it's all right, babes. Yeah. But with that, I'll be what you need. Again, it's like what you need versus what you want. It's like, okay, you've maybe been having a relationship with tarot that is to do with what you wanted, which was almost an immediate relief from the present, or a not speculating about the future, but reliving or dissecting or further investigating aspects of the past to heal those aspects, right? But what you need that's what you want, right? And what you need might be more like what without being arrogant, what I'm going to give you now, in terms of taking a better look at that, or indeed what tarot is about to give you in terms of different kinds of readings, or going for different sorts of content with this 3 tense spectrum of tarot in mind, of like, is this a past focused reading? Is this a present focused reading? Is this a future fortune telling speculative reading, right? And I don't think any one is better than the other, but I think they all have their place. And I suspect with the past reading and the conflicts about that album coming up, you've kind of done the past very well, and it's now time to move into the present and future kinds of readings. So how has tarot benefited you? What has been so addictive about the process of tarot? We've got the Fool, we've got the 9 of Cups reversed, and we've got the 7 of Swords reversed. Okay, yeah. So I think it's allowed you to take a few more risks than you maybe would have. It's emboldened you because you feel like you've got a kind of insider scoop on maybe what's happened. And in terms of framing it based on that past story versus like present or future, I think maybe it's taken away some of your memory's abilities to lock you into the past, right? But then there's also part of that line of like the memories you thought you had left, right? There's the scarcity around like, I'll never have this again. And I think tarot has benefited you in allowing the sliver of a risk to come through of like, yeah, well, maybe you will have those things again, or maybe you will be fulfilled, or you will be satisfied, or something incredibly positive can happen, has room to happen, etc. Yeah. Nine of Cups reversed, I think it's allowed you to accept that in the past you didn't get what you wanted. That sounds a bit ridiculous, but sometimes with experiences, particularly romantic ones, if that's the kind of reading you come for, it can take some time before we admit to ourselves that certain situations were actually not beneficial for us. And one of the phrases you hear in the tarot community again and again is rejection is divine protection, right? And this is kind of, this reversal of this card is kind of saying that. It's kind of saying that maybe if you'd gotten what you wanted, it wouldn't actually have been what you wanted, right? In terms of your life circumstances, etc. But tarot has allowed you to see that, because in almost over-analysing the past through like what you categorise as an addiction, you're kind of going into such detail on what past you wanted for yourself and how it went quote unquote wrong, but it didn't, right? You're enabled to see the trajectory that past would have led you to if it hadn't have gone that way. So it's kind of like, it's almost like a speculative future from the past, but it's not quite a future reading, if that makes sense. And then with the Seven of Swords reversed, I think tarot afforded you the privilege of feeling like anybody who was maybe calculating or being an op, or kind of getting behind your back in some way, particularly like narcissistic characters or flighty romantic characters or whatever. I think it gave you the benefit of feeling like, well, not even feeling like, but knowing now that you have protection from spirit in place in terms of dealing with those things, and that indeed when those things happen, spirit will step in and also will give you a more thorough examination of like what happened there and why it kind of transpired the way it did, how to avoid it in the future as an offshoot of that, right? So tarot was very useful for you, was and is, I guess. You took more risks, you understood that what you thought you wanted is not actually what you want, and you started to believe in the protective nature of the universe, as well as to understand that lies will be exposed and betrayals will be kind of brought to the surface. And even if you don't experience a kind of immediate divine justice or a sense of like cosmic retribution for somebody's actions, if someone is being a shady little so-and-so, tarot gives you a handle on that, and I think that's affirmed your sense of safety in the world. I also think it's enlivened your intellectual abilities, because we're seeing a lot of yellow in here, and yellow is like Mercury in the mind and very airy. It's very like waking you up again, right? I think tarot has maybe pulled you out of something that was very foggy and given you the strength to be analytical about it and say, okay, I can accept all of that because I understand it fully now, right? Which is good. I want to look at this child again. Interesting phrasing, it opens the learning path of forgiveness. So again, that yellow intellectual energy, because forgiveness is sometimes an intellectual process. if I think back to someone in my life that didn't intend the most harm by any stretch, but has caused maybe the second most damage just because of the proximity of another person. I think like the process of forgiveness for that person is not so much an emotional, I'm fine with everything that happened. It's more of an intellectual, I fully understand now how a human could come to do the things that you did and rationalise it and be all right and succeed in the way that you have, whilst being almost amoral. And I think that there's something similar going on here with you, and I don't know, you know, without further cards, I don't really know what the circumstance of that is, but there's almost a sense of like, my process of forgiveness for this has not been that I feel it or that I excuse it, but that through tarot, I've come to understand it, right? And that is, I think, half, if not 3/4 of the battle. And I'm right there with you on that last bit of like actually letting it go, being quite difficult, but the understanding almost taking you to that threshold, right? And interesting to use the word threshold, because the other kind of yellow signifier for me, and we're seeing this with the upcoming Backrooms movie, which I'm extremely excited about, there's a sense of liminality and being between time and between space, and that's coming up elsewhere in your reading, as you probably observed, like memory and time scale and being betwixt things and sort of being in the past whilst living in the present or future are all very strong themes for you, and they are all strong liminality and liminal spaces themes, and you can see those in Backrooms type media stretching back through things like House of Leaves and then further and further into things like Kubrick's Shining and beyond, right? And back almost until like the yellow wallpaper. But that colour yellow plays through each of those things in a very particular, interesting way. Exit 8 is another one, right? And I think that's out now actually, but I saw it at a film fest, but that's another liminal space horror that deals with these kinds of between life place concerns, using the colour yellow in a very stark fashion. So to see lots of yellow in a spread, even in the archetype card, right, and the yellow undertone of the green of the DIY card, tells me that there is a lot of drifting in those spaces of moving from one point to the other, transitioning from one thing to the other. And I think tarot's benefit is that it's been a safety net for that transition, and that it's almost been a space to roam in safely without the informational overload of the outside world. But the ironic thing about structures like the Backrooms, if you are familiar with any of these stories, which are modern myths and archetypes by themselves, right? Particularly the Kane Parsons iterations, they're almost, to me, metaphors for how overloaded we feel by information and corporate identity, and how powerless we are to the full extent of corporate machination almost, and informational overwhelm, and not possible. Like, the thing with the Backrooms is that you can walk for days and days and days and never really be out of it, right? And it's an entirely chance thing as to whether you succeed or fail once you're kind of accidentally like dropped in there. And I think that that's a pretty succinct metaphor for how we're dealing in the information age with things like the sheer number of things that we can understand, including readings, things like the overwhelming nature and acceleration of AI, and indeed accelerationism in a general sense, right? And how, I mean, if you think of like the storyline of the Backrooms of a corporation realised they could use this weird cosmic space for extra storage to make infinite cash off the back of everyday people, right? Where does that lead? And that's a broader metaphor for kind of what we're seeing as a world entity, and with New World Order stuff and new government stuff and all that sort of thing. There is a sense of like the external becoming out of control, whether that's in its magnitude or in its greed. And I think that's the flip of the yellow, is that, like, yeah, tarot has helped you to understand this stuff, but also the mechanisms by which tarot is disseminated now and proliferated, if I can get the word, are very, like, part of that machine that is the overwhelm. And I think maybe if you're in this pile, you're becoming conscious of that, and you're conscious that, like, yeah, it's great that I hit your algorithm and that we're speaking right now, but it's not so great that algorithmically you are part of surveillance culture and being spied on all the time to see what your particular vulnerabilities are, to give you further readings that are, like, to do with exactly what you've been thinking and doing. And I say thinking very deliberately, because there is now tech to monitor micro movements of your face while you're watching stuff on your phone, in order to anticipate what you would be saying out loud, even though you're not speaking. So, like, if you've ever had the experience of, like, something appearing on reels when you've just thought it privately, that's that, right? And go elsewhere for more information about that. And all of what I'm saying is entirely for entertainment purposes, and I'm not accusing anyone directly of anything at all. But you can see that in a world like that, where it's always a good thing to cover your camera, one could easily get overwhelmed in a tarot sense as well, because we're being shown things that get a reaction that keeps us on the platform, as I said in this sort of introductory general message. And I think in particular that applies to you. So even while we're learning the benefit of what happened to you, we're already getting messages about, like, how it's not so great as well, and how it can become an overwhelming mental thing, even as it was your mental liberator at one point in time. So for your bottom three, for, like, how it's not so beneficial, that's the way I want to say that, we've got Strength, the Four of Wands, and the Eight of Cups. Right? Okay, so the first thing I'm getting with Strength is that tarot, when we use it in a positive way, is something that can help us further attune to our inner instincts. And when we're listening to somebody tell us about our own lives, and we are, like, I mean, everybody's got a kind of psychic predisposition anyway. I firmly believe that after 20 plus years of occultism and a lot of years doing this kind of work, right? Everyone's got it in them, but whether you choose to wake it up is, like, a sort of environmental, systemic and individual thing. But tarot can be a fantastic way of waking people up to that inner gut sense. It's actually part of why in more staunchly religious circles, shall we say, that already disagree with tarot, people speak about tarot in a way of, like, oh, it's a gateway. And they mean, in their languages, a gateway to the devil or whatever they think we're out here doing. But actually it is a gateway, but it's a gateway to your own intuition. And indeed, sometimes that intuition takes people in directions where religion would not go, or it takes people away from organised religion and into personal spirituality, because they realise that it is more healthful to take what they valued from religion and apply it within a framework that is less dogmatic or less prescriptive or less influenced by patriarchy hundreds or thousands of years ago. So there is a fear around that, like, oh no, people would tune in with themselves and then they'll get into occultism. Because the small print of that is, and then they might be free and they might not need this. And that is, again, personal opinion for entertainment purposes only. And I say that as a Christian syncretist in my own practice, because my ancestors were, because they were UK cunning folk, they were also syncretic, because, you know, Catholicism was huge where I kind of where my line is from. So, you know, we're the people who use saint names, but we're really also praying to the river that saint is a patron of. And it's kind of, that's how occultism in the UK flourished. And any Wiccan who tells you different, respectfully, Wicca was invented by a man in the 1950s as an amalgamation of other things. And syncretic practice is distinct from that and doesn't need to apply those rules. There is rightfully a bit of phobia from more pagan circles about like, oh no, religion will take over and sort of, you know, cross us out because syncretism is to do with colonization. But I think it's unfounded in the case where people are aware of both sides and want to take up syncretic practice, which again, like for me to go on that rant, it's not just because I'm tired. There's something there about intuition versus the accepted, particularly for you. And I think tarot in a negative could become its own form of dogma, or you could feel that the experience of tapping into your own intuition is against God, or is somehow unhealthy because you find it uncomfortable, and there's a difference, right? And we're in a climate of that, like politically, and I notice particularly in generations a few younger than me, because I'm old as shit, right? But there's a conflation of, I find this really uncomfortable to grapple with critically, and I find this to be wrong, or I find this to be against others, or whatever. And it's not the same thing, right? I think one of the dangers that's coming up here is the danger that you conflate, I'm out of my comfort zone with this area of tarot, or this kind of reading, or indeed with stopping readings, and conflating out of comfort zone with this is bad or wrong for me. And that's not true. You're just having an out of your comfort zone experience. That's fine and normal, we have them. It's sort of, you know, it's a little bit like going through the teen years is very uncomfortable, but we needn't conflate that with a specific kind of discomfort and bring any ideologies about that into adulthood, right? It's uncomfortable for everybody. And part of the reason it's uncomfortable is systemic and immoral. But I'm not going to go any further into that particular topic, but essentially, like, I think it was good in that it brought you to your own sense of tapping into your gut, but sometimes tapping into your gut for religious reasons, for cultural reasons, for the reasons of what your friends think, for the reasons of what the algorithm then continues to feed you, for the reasons of getting out of a place of comfort and into a place of healing. It can all be very disruptive, and it can leave you feeling actually kind of more like you're wilding out than before you knew what you really responded to a thing with, particularly where relationships are concerned. And I think for you, you might have had like a visceral gut response to somebody through a tarot encounter that was like, oh no, this is horribly wrong for me. And you might have like mentally recontextualized that as, oh, this reader's horribly wrong for me, or this like, or tarot is, or I'm using too much of this. I'm just watching readings that aren't even relevant now. And it's not that necessarily. It's you tuning into yourself and being afraid of what that entails. And if that's true for you, I would look into the witch wound as a concept, and sort of how tuning into one's gut level thinking has been pushed out over the years through various different mechanisms. It's all very like systemic and political in your reading. I'm liking it. I also feel like that tuning into your gut may not leave you with much actual strength afterwards. It may be physically or energetically depleting for you to go into tarot that actually gets you to a place of like, oh, this is how I'm really feeling. And maybe PAL 2 would be relevant in that sense to an extent. But yeah, there's just something here about like, it's good to tap into your intuition, but you're experience of that may differ. And at the moment, it's pushing you into zones that you don't necessarily want to go into or explore more fully. And that might not be long-term great, right? It's also not kind of giving you a break, literally. So I think for you, you might consume a hell of a lot of content, or your idea of taking a break for yourself, taking a holiday, might be similar to how mine used to be, watching tons and tons of tarot readings whilst doing things that need to be done in that time. And it's almost like, well, where are your foundations then? Where is your home with this Four of Wands? Like, building a sense of ritual and structure and right placeness or sanctuary within your own life might be almost disrupted by the extent to which you associate tarot with having a little break. Excuse me, confirmation hiccups. Which in fact is not giving you a break at all by the sounds of it. It's putting you in a nervous system position where you feel a bit jangled sometimes. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes if we feel repeatedly jangled on the same issue, getting the same message, that's a sign that, like, no, that's the right message, it's just you don't want to receive it, right? But also there is a sense of, like, if you feel jangled and you're having many different kinds of messages on one topic, or it's certain readers that make you feel a bit weird, but you're still using that as your leisure time, then it's time to step back until you know what readers are for you, until you know how to discern a good video from a bad video, or a good personal reading from a bad personal reading. But there's a sense of this detracting from your ability to establish sanctuary for yourself in the present, and also build for yourself in the future. And this card, often people talk about it depicting marriage. So for those of you who want to get married and you're not there yet, some of that might counterintuitively be because of the focus on relationship readings, and that taking much of the time that it would, that you would better use establishing yourself and your life and developing really firm foundations for the relationship of your choice to develop into something more long-term. Whereas I feel it's not even like you're using it as an escape, because that would be a different pile. It's more that you're using it to chill out with, but you're not recognizing that really actually it doesn't chill you out. If anything, it sort of dredges up past stuff, or jangles your intuition to the extent that you're like, not really ready for that information right now, thank you. Or that it should be applied in the same way as like therapy or something would be, where there's a moderation to it. There's an amount of hours you dedicate to that each week, and the rest of the time is your free time, because you can only put so many hours into recovery, or into understanding, or into being better aware of a specific circumstance. And indeed, if you are ruminating over a past cycle through tarot, even if other people are doing the ruminating and observing for you, it keeps you in the past, and you can't build from that. You can't make a marriage or a safe place or whatever, a holiday, right? A festival. And for those who are in a magical path, it's sort of preventing progression there as well, I think. It's like a sense of stagnation through the illusion that you're getting there now, which again it's relevant to the last pile, but it's in a different way here. I think you think through tarot that understanding the past means you've got a handle on the future. But what's coming through, similar to pile 3, is that you're not actually living the present to get to the future yet. And the difference between you and pile 3 is that pile 3 have a very established now, and I think maybe your now is not as established because of the trauma that happened then. Does that make sense? Then we've got, this 8 of Cups is like needing to emotionally step away from something, which tells me again, it's like a reiteration again, the use of tarot for you in particular is keeping you in the cycle of the wounding that was, instead of allowing you to move to greener pastures. It's fantastic that you sought to understand something in a deeper way, and to have an intellectual grasp on what the factors moving into that thing were. But if you're here, that process is, I want to say, complete. Or it's like, do you want to do more of it, or do you want to try and build something new? Like, how much digging do you have to do? It's almost like you're an investigator, but you're not catching up enough with present stuff because you're still theorizing about the past. So you can't actually like solve the crime. Do you get what I mean? Sorry, I'm asking a lot of like rhetorical question silliness. I'm also falling even further. And that's kind of what the card's saying, right, in the confirmation outside. Is that you run the risk with your particular use of tarot of falling further into ruminating on old patterns. And if you have any, if you experience depression in any way, or you know that that's in your family or anything like that, you really want to be careful of that kind of rumination disguised as awareness or understanding or development, because there needs to be a point where you say like, okay, I get it now and I can move forward, and I only want readings about moving forward, or I don't want readings, I want to live my life, right? So what do you do about this? Okay, so we've got Judgment, which I'll cover all of. It is a lady free of clothing, languishing on a rock. You've got the Fool, which is a lady with Pinocchio. Interesting that's coming in the upright because it was in the reverse for your benefit, right? So you are flipping the situation by listening to me and taking this in. And then you've got the Emperor, which is also fine to show. Big major arcana energy. I think first you follow the calling, right? There is something, it's not just calling you to the future and to the next step. It's almost like tarot has informed you where those points of intuition are and what to step away from. And the stuff that makes you feel shaky, or the stuff you might have repeatedly got in readings and maybe ignored, is actually pointing you in a specific direction. And it's okay sometimes if you don't know where that direction's going to lead, except away from something else, right? I do feel like there's a sense of walking away from the past with you that is really strong. And again, that comes through with the wounded child. Even if you're helping wounded children, and again, the sexual trauma stuff from the album may come into all of this, right? You are wounded and you are helping the wounded, and that's a huge thing in world politics right now, which is maybe why political stuff's coming through. And I would follow that kind of calling to be a helper, but also follow the calling out of ruminating in what happened to you in order to be able to do that work, if that's relevant. And if it's not, and if it's nothing like that, I think this is just, you know that you have a gut response to readings. You know the readings that feel useful to you, and you know the readings that feel challenging in maybe what is the right way, that jangle your nervous system a bit. And then you also know the readings that just sound like complete bollocks, and you're like, why would you tell me that? And they are maybe just like algorithmically generated because of adjacent interests, and that's unfortunately how Tarot Online works now. That like what gets attention from similar demographics to you, confirmation, is what comes up in your feed, whether or not that's something that's appropriate to your current circumstances. And even readers like myself who do like channeled, repeat, short messages for the collective, we kind of don't expect that everybody that's subscribed to us will watch every one of those every time. Like, we appreciate it if you do, but we don't think that every one of those is for every one of you. We're putting those out there because a title will grasp some people and like be relevant to them and not others. Whereas I think maybe your consumption of tarot, and the reason it feels addictive, is that you've been just like having any tarot that comes your way and being like, well, I don't know which way is up, because you're all disagreeing with each other. And it's like the call is to get in touch with your gut level and accept it and not be afraid of it and not rationalize against it or tell yourself that it's evil under any other paradigm or anything like that, and instead move towards what it's trying to tell you. Like, are you feeling jangled because something's wrong, as in like not accurate, and also you're hungry or you need a hug or whatever? Or are you feeling jangled because you know that the person that tarot is telling you to stay away from, you probably should stay away from? Or you know that the job that you're in, that tarot's like, maybe you should leave that, you've kind of been there too long. So it's following that call, but it's also following the greater call of whatever you would be doing if you didn't invest this much time into tarot addiction. And that will allow you to begin again. And with the Pinocchio imagery in the full card, I'm getting, I'm a real boy. And that kind of sense of, and I'm now seeing Frances Ha in my head. I think maybe you think you're not a proper adult in some way. and I don't know how true that is, or like what that means for you, because that manifests very differently for different kinds of people. And I would argue some of that comes from the media as well, for purposes. But I would say that if you feel like there's an area of your life where you don't feel you've reached maturation, or you're not at a level with your peers on that particular thing, stepping back from tarot in order to pursue your calling will help you to feel like a proper adult in ways you don't expect, and will help you to understand that actually you're very good at identifying themes in the past and absorbing information about those things in order to understand other perspectives more fully and contextualize trauma or harm or discomfort in a wider sense, in order to genuinely accept your circumstances and adapt to them and move forward. These are very adult skills. I think you just don't think of them as necessarily that way because there are other societal significators of success that you haven't quite reached yet. And I think that stepping away from tarot for a little bit for you will help you to focus on those things and follow your call. And then finally we've got the Emperor, which is a nice callback all the way to Power 1, which may be kind of where you end up after this if you ever find yourself addicted again, right? But it's competence, really. It's feeling like you're the master of your own circumstances. The Emperor is any gender. It's not, you're just kind of the CEO of your own universe. And that only comes from taking risks and following what feels true for you. Now that in a sort of passive way almost, by consuming tarot readings or tarot content, you've kind of started to discern what feels correct in your body and what feels good to fantasize about in your own life. And that's the direction that you're moving towards and away from the past, instead of turning to the past in order to further understand and excavate it. Yeah. So I hope that was useful to you. If it was, please like, subscribe, ding the dong, thank you kindly. If you want to donate to me, there is a PayPal link, there should be a PayPal link on my, I think, main channel or Etsy. If not, I'll put it down below. I might be contradicting myself on that, but you can donate to Lucy Lannon on PayPal. Or you can book with me at my shop if you do feel that a reading looking solely to the future is more appropriate and you'd like that with me. But I would make that like your last reading for a time, and I'm not pushing you on that because I think this is the pile where it's like, yeah, give it up for a bit. The other piles have been more like curate what you consume or analyze it in a different way or pick different readers or whatever. This is more certainly the pile of it's run its course for you for now. Maybe step back from it. And again, with this Judgment card, go for readings you feel called towards, right? If that happens to be me, great. But if it's not, I honestly just hope that this has been useful enough that you feel empowered to step away, like you know enough about the past now. And that chapter is closing. And a new one begins, but you kind of have to be consciously in it. You have to be there, right? You can't be in your new life thinking about your old life, or your new life will feel like your old one did. And I think that's the most important message coming through about this. So take care. If I ever do see you in tarot circles again after this, if you're called back, I hope that you would continue with me, you know. But for now, take a breather. Get in touch with that intuitive feeling that you feel happening when you're listening to tarot, and explore that. Explore your own skills, explore your own abilities, your own inclinations even, what you really desire, because I think that's going to be a more interesting avenue for you for the time being. All right, take care.